Hi guys, thanks for all the messages and comments under my recent post. As I promised, I have a full Django course ready. The videos were recorded during COVID, so I had some problems with keeping the concentration, but all in all, I find the content of the training pretty interesting because of three main things. The first one is the use of class views. The second one is exporting from Django admin models to different formats such as Excel, CSV, JSON. And the third one is PDF generation with font imports. So I hope you guys enjoy this course, and if it's not too much to ask, please leave a like, comment for the YouTube algorithm. I would really appreciate it very much. And now, without further ado, let's get started. Alright guys, so let's take a look at what we are going to build. So the application is an invoice app where we can add a new invoice. First of all, we need to select a receiver, then we need to select the invoice number. We need to add a completion date as well, the issue date and the payment date. So I'm going to press save, and over here we have some basic form validation telling us that the number is too short, so I'm going to try it with invoice 02-2022. Let's press save, and now we can add some positions to our invoice. So I'm going to add a test position. So this is, for example, creating the mobile app. Okay, and the amount is, let's say, $10,000. Okay, so let's press save, and here is the position. Okay, so now I can add a new position. I can close this particular invoice, so it's not at the table anymore. So let me do it very quickly, and now I can generate a PDF out of it. Okay, and this is how the PDF looks like. We can also go to Django admin, where we can do pretty interesting things. Like if we go to invoices, we can export our invoices. If we, for example, select them all, we can select the format. So I'm going to go with maybe CSV, or yeah, let's go with CSV. And let's see how this looks like. Okay, so over here we have the results. And as you can see, we have all the data. So all in all, we have how many records? 8, 9, and the amount matches the amount that we see in the Django administration. And we can do the same things for profiles and receivers. What else? We have also tags added for educational purposes only. We can also export these models. And then if we go back to our invoice application, we also have a nice pagination over here, and everything is written in class-based views. So I hope you guys enjoyed this tutorial, and now let's get started with part 1. Alright guys, let's get started with this tutorial. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to open a blank window terminal, and I'm going to make the window a little bit bigger so you can see precisely what I'm going to do here. And the first thing that I'm actually going to do is to head over to the desktop, so cd desktop. Okay, and over here we are going to create a new virtual environment. So let's do this. Virtual environment, and now we need to provide the name. So let's just type invoice NV. All right, so as you can see, the invoice NV has been created. We have this directory, so let's access it. So cd invoice NV, and over here we can activate it. So source bin activate is the command to do so. And now we can install Django. So pip install Django, and we will be using Django 4 for this tutorial. So let's wait a few seconds. Okay, now I'm going to clear the terminal, and as the next step, we are going to set up a Django project. So let's type Django admin start project, and let's name this project maybe invoice proj. Okay, I'm going to type enter, and we have, okay, I made a typo. I missed an O, so let's do this one more time. Django admin, and then I'm going to copy this. All right, I'm going to list the elements, and over here is our invoice project. Okay, so there it is. Maybe too big. Okay, so here it is. Okay, so if we go inside, we can also list what is inside, and over here we see we have invoice proj as well. So this is maybe a little bit confusing. So let's rename this invoice proj at the top level to source src. Okay, so if we go inside, we have invoice proj, and inside we have another invoice proj. So let's rename this one to src. And in order to do so, let's see where we currently are. We are at invoice env inside of invoice proj, and this is the directory that we want to rename. So I'm going to go up one level, and now I'm going to rename the invoice proj to src. So we want to type mv invoice proj, and we want to rename it to src. And now if we list out the elements, we see we have src over here. So let's go inside, and over here we have the manage.py file, which is extremely important because it helps us to manage all the administrative tasks. So the first command that we are going to run with this manage.py file is Python manage.py migrate. Okay. And after running this command, we actually created the tables for our database. We have our database file created inside of invoice env inside of src. There it is. This is the db SQLite 3 file. Okay, so we will talk about Python manage.py migrate and make migrations a little bit later, a little bit more a little bit later. All right, so the next thing that I want to do is to run another command with the use of manage.py file, and this is going to be Python manage.py create super user. Okay, so let's just type. I'm going to type enter. You can provide any username of your choice. You can also provide an email address. I'm going to skip this, and then I'm going to put in a password. And with this, we can actually log in into the Django administration. All right, as the next step, I'm going to run Python manage.py run server, and this command starts the development server. So we can copy this link. We can open Chrome, and there it is. Here is our Django project. So everything has been successfully installed, and we can also log in into the Django administration. So let's do this very quickly. And here we are. Okay, so let's pause over here and we will continue in the next one. Have a great day and bye-bye. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this particular video, we are going to create the profiles application. And to be more precise, we are going to create the profiles table to store the profiles of the users which are some kind of which have some kind of ownership of the invoice. So each user, each profile will be able to create an invoice to a particular receiver in order to get paid for the services that he or she provided. Okay, so first we are going to start with the profiles, then we will create the receivers, then we will create the invoice, and we will also have some positions. So positions will be related to the jobs that were done, and they are going to be related directly to a particular invoice. So if you feel confused, don't worry, everything will be obvious a little bit later. For now, let's get started. I'm going to go back to the terminal. As you can see, I stopped the development server. So in case if you don't know how to do this, let's just run the development server again, Python manage py run server, and then you just need to press Ctrl+C, okay? And now I'm going to type code space dot, because I'm using Visual Studio Code, and enter. And this will open the Visual Studio Code in the path that I'm currently at. So I'm just going to close it. I'm going to type pwd. This will give us the path. So currently I'm inside the source folder, and I'm going to type code again. And as you can see, we have Visual Studio Code opened in the source directory. So inside we have invoice proj, SQLite, and manage py file. So if this code space dot doesn't work for you, press Command-Shift-P, find this shell command install code command in path. Okay. Be sure to execute it, close this, and then type again code space dot, press enter, and everything should be working right now. As the next step, let's go back to our Visual Studio Code, and over here we are going to create an application for our project. So again, we are going to use the manage py file for this. So Python manage py start app, and the app name will be profiles. Let's press enter. And now if we go back, we can see the profiles application folder inside of our src directory. So there's one thing that we should do before. We should go to our settings py file. So this is our base project folder, and it consists of settings py and some other folders, but for us the most important right now are settings py, and then a little bit later urls py file. So let's jump inside of the settings py file, because in order to use this profiles application we need to add it to the installed apps list. Okay, so here we have the configuration of our project, and here is the installed apps list. So for now, let's just add profiles very quickly over here, and later we will add additional applications, but for now, yeah, let's just stick with profiles, and we will talk a little bit more about some settings over here in the future. For now, let's save this file, and let's jump into the profiles application to the modals py file. And over here we are going to create our first table. So the table will be the class, and I'm going to call it profile. And this will inherit from modals.modal. And right now we are going to define some fields, and the fields are going to be columns of a particular table. So in our case, columns of the profiles table. So we will have the user column. We will also have the accounts number column. We will also have the company name like this. What else? Let's also add some company info. And then when we created a particular object of a profile, so this is going to be the created field, and when did we update it. Okay, So later we will also add an avatar like this, and company logo. So for now, I'm just going to comment this out. I'm going to add a comment over here, add later, and we can also add some comment in the profile. Let's just write that this is a class for the owner of the invoice. All right. So yeah, as mentioned before, this is the table, and these are the columns of a table. And each record, each object will be the row, okay? So each object that we are going to create will be like a row in a table. So again, table, columns, and each object will be as a row. So in order to find out how this actually works, we need to define those fields. We need to add some settings to them. So first of all, let's do the user. We want the user to have only one profile. So in order to do this, we are going to create a one-to-one field. And this is going to be a relationship to the user. So as you can see, we already have a user stable over here. Okay, we need to run the development server to see this. Python manage py run server. Okay, so I'm going to hit refresh. And here it is. So once we did run Python manage py migrate, we created, among others, this users table, and then we created the super user, and basically this is it. So this is the super user. As you can see, it has all the permissions, including the super user status. All right, so we want this particular user to have a profile. So we need to create a profiles table, and we need for this the user field, and it needs to be, or it should be, a one-to-one field with a relationship to the user. So we need to import the user model, and we can do it in a very easy way by importing it. So from Django contrib auth models import user. All right, so we can pass in the user on delete is equal to models cascade on delete. All right. Okay, so this is the first field that has been defined. So now we can focus on the account number. And this is going to be a models char field. We need to specify the max length. So this is going to be a string, and we will specify that the max length should be 26. And let's also set this as optional. So blank is equal to true. With this setting, blank is equal to true, we are making this field optional. All right. So as the next step, let's focus on the company name. This will also be a char field, but this time the max length will be 220, and this field will be mandatory. So we are not adding this blank is equal to true option. Then we will have company info, okay? And over here, this is going to be a models text field. All right, and we still have the created and updated field. So here we are going to have a models date time field. This is going to be a timestamp. When did we create the profile? And I'm going to copy this and paste it below, because both of those fields are going to have the models date time field. but in the parentheses we are going to pass something else. So here for the created we are going to pass auto now add is equal to true, and here auto now is equal to true. All right, so we can actually save this, and let's go to the terminal. Let's quit the development server from running. Python manage py make migrations. So we want to create the migrations before applying them. So when we create new models or we change the existing models, we want to run Python manage py make migrations to prepare proper migrations, and then we are going to apply them with the command which you already know, Python manage py migrate. And now we can run Python manage py run server. And if we go back to the Django administration, let's go to the main page. And as you can see, nothing actually happened over here. And this is because we actually need to register the profiles class that we created in the admin. So over here we have the admin py file. Let's jump into this particular file and let's do an import first. So from .models, we want to import the profile class, and over here we want to register it. So admin site register, and then what do we want to register? We want to register the profile. So let's now save this. Let's hit refresh, and there we are. Okay, so we can actually create a profile, and let's select the user. So account number is optional, as you can see. This font is bolded, this is regular. So where do you places where you see the bolded font, this means that those fields are mandatory, and where you see a regular font, that means that these fields are optional. So I can try to save this, but it won't work. As you can see, we have that a notification that this field and this field is required. So I'm going to put in test, and now I'm going to save this. And as you can see right now, I've created the profile object. However, if we go inside, we see profile object, and this doesn't look nice. This is our first record. This is our first object. This is our first row in the database. However, maybe we would like to see something else over here. For example, profile of the user, and then provide the username as we see over here. In order to do so, we need to define the string representation method. So we need to go back to the models py file, and somewhere over here, let's define the string representation method, which takes in the self, and then we need to return something, return, and let's return an f string. So we can put in profile of the user, and then we can inject the actual user. So we need to refer to self, and then we are at the current object, you can say, at the current row, and then we can refer to a particular field that is interesting for us. So we can access the user, and then we want to grab the username. Okay, so dot username. So this should do the trick. Let's go ahead and save this, and then let's go back to profiles, and as you can see, we have a nice string representation method of a particular object. And if we create a new user, I'm going to put in test user. Okay, let's save this very quickly. Let's go to profiles. As you can see, this is not connected yet. So once we create a user, the profile doesn't get created automatically. So we will need to create a signal in order to automate this. And we will do this in a few videos. For now, we can try to add another profile to the user that already has a profile. Okay, so in this case, let's try to add another profile to my user. So I'm going to press add profile, and I'm going to select again my user, not the test user, but my user, and then I'm going to press save and continue, and we have an error, actually a few errors. So please correct the errors below. Profile with the user already exists. So this is because of this setting where we have the one-to-one field relationship. So only one user can have only one profile. And if I choose over here the test user, and as a reminder, test user doesn't have a profile yet, once we press save and continue, this error is gone, and we just need to fill the company name and company info. So I'm going to put in X, Y, and Z company. Let's press save, and there it is. All right, so yeah, I think we can finish off over here with this video, and we will see each other in the next one. Have a great day, guys, and see you soon. Alright guys, welcome back. So in the last video we created our first class, which is the profile class. We created our first table, which is profiles profile table, which consists of fields, which are basically columns, such as user, account number, company name, company info, created, updated, and you probably noticed that the created and updated field aren't visible in the admin, so we can't see them over here. And this is because they have a hidden setting. If we set auto now add is equal to true, or auto now is equal to true, this field becomes editable is equal to false. So we don't see it in the Django admin. And in this video, we are going to create the receivers table. We are going to create the receivers application, where we are going to set some different fields, because we are of course creating a different class, and we will take a little bit different approach for the created field. It will be still a date time field, but with different settings, which will enable us to see it in the Django administration. So yeah, let's get started. So first of all, let's quit the development server from running, and let's create a new application with the use of manage.py file. So Python manage.py start app, and the name of the app will be receivers. Okay, so maybe I'm going to type it one more time. First of all, I'm going to type clear and Python manage.py start app, and receivers will be the name. Okay, so as you can see, we have the receivers application folder already created after running this command, and now we need to add receivers to the installed app list. So we need to go to our main project folder, we need to find the settings.py file, we need to head over to the installed apps, and below the profiles, let's add another position called receivers. All right, so now we can save this and jump into the receivers application folder, open up the modals.py file, and over here, what we are going to do is to define a new class, which we are going to name receiver. And this will also inherit from modals.modal. And the first field that we are going to define is going to be the name. So here we are going to put in modals char field. And this is going to be the max length. And let's put in 200. So this is going to be the name of the receiver, name of the company that receives the invoice or a private person that receives the invoice. So this is this is going to be the name. Then we can also add an address. So here let's put in modals text field. Then we can also add a website, and this is going to be a modals URL field. And let's make this optional because not everyone has a website. So let's put it over here, blank is equal to true. And let's also add this created field. So here we are going to have a modals date time field, and let's this time set the default. For this, we will need to import date time. So from date time, we want to import date time, and let's set this as date time dot now. All right. So let's also provide the string representation method very quickly. Let's return, maybe this time let's just return self.name. So we are referring to the first field in our class. And yeah, let's save this. Let's register it in the administration. So we need to begin from the import. From .modals, we want to import receiver admin site register. Let's pass in the receiver. All right. So now we can go back to the console. Python, excuse me, Python manage py. Sorry guys, COVID sucks. Python manage py Python manage py make migrations and Django DB models. Sorry. Okay, so we have an error, and this is in the models over here for class receiver modals dot model. Sorry guys. Right now everything should be all right. Python manage py make migrations. Python manage py migrate, and also Python manage py run server. All right, so let's refresh the page, and here are the receivers. All right, so now we can add a receiver. Let's put in test receiver test. The website will be google.com, and right now we have full control over the date. So we have a created date as default, but we can also change this. Okay, so let's try to change this. Let's press save and continue, and as you can see, everything works. Yeah, and over here we have google.com, so we can press on it and we will be taken to Google. All right, so basically this is it for the receiver. We can add a comment over here that this class is for company that receives the invoice. For company, institution, private person, I'm just going to stick with company. And then we can also write a comment, add later, and we are going to add the logo. Okay, so I'm going to save this, and the receiver class is ready for now. Let's pause over here and let's continue in the next one. Have a great day and see you soon. All right, guys, welcome back. So in this one, we are going to create the invoice class. And in order to get started, we need to head over back to our terminal. Let's quit the development server from running. Let's type clear. And over here, of course, we need to refer to Python manage py start app, and the name of the application this time will be invoices. Let's type enter, and as you can see here we have our invoices application. Let's jump into settings py. Let's add the invoices application to the installed apps list, and then let's jump back into the invoices and let's attack the modals py file. Over here we need to create a new class called invoice, which inherits from modals.modal. And we will begin by defining two fields that are going to reference the tables that we already created. So the first one is going to be the profile, and the second one is going to be the receiver. So each invoice requires a profile and a receiver. So the receiver pays the profile for the service that the profile provided. So here we will have a foreign key relationship, and below we will have a foreign key relationship as well. But before we actually fill out this foreign key parenthesis, we need to do some imports. From the profiles, we need the profile class, and from the receiver, we need the receiver class. So let's import them from profiles. And then we need to access the modals file, because over here we keep our profile class. So we are importing profile from profiles.modals, and we need to do the same thing for the receiver. So from receivers.modals, we want to import the receiver. All right, so now we can pass in the profile and we can pass in the receiver. Also, we need to specify on delete. Okay, so whenever the profile gets deleted, let's set the invoice will get deleted as well. So in this case, we need to pass in cascade. Okay, so let's copy this and let's provide the same setting for the receiver. All right, so now we have the two very important fields defined. And as the next one, let's set the number. So this is going to be a modals char field, and we will talk about the number a little bit later, or we can just tackle it right now. This is going to be the invoice number. So for example, we have today, what is the date actually? It's the 28th. Let's say it's the 28th. So the 28th of January. So this could be the number invoice 1, invoice 1, first invoice for the first month of 2022. Okay, so this for example could be the invoice number. Okay, so here I'm just going to type in 150 as the max length. Then we will have the completion date. So when our services were completed, and this is going to be a modals date time field, not date time field, but date field. Okay, so we don't need the time over here, we just need the date. So this is going to be a date field, and then we will have a issue date. When did we prepare the invoice? When did we create the invoice? So this is going to be a modals date field. And then we will also have the payment date. So this is the date until which the receiver should pay us money. And let's also put in date field. All right. Let's also add a created field because maybe we want to manipulate the issue date. So with the created field, we will store the actual date and time of creating an invoice, creating the object of an invoice class. So this is just going to be a date time field with the auto now add is equal to true. All right. And there's one additional field that I want to add, and this is going to be closed. And this is going to be a Boolean. So before we clarify what it actually does, let's just write a comment that if closed is equal to true, then we are going to hide at the front end the ability to add positions. So we won't be able to add any positions once the invoice is closed. So you can imagine that once we send the invoice and we receive money, we won't be able to edit the invoice. So we will have some positions, and this is going to be the table that is going to be created in the next video. And for example, we will have like 3 positions. For example, doing shopping, and for doing shopping we should get paid like, I don't know, $30. The second position that refers to a particular invoice will be cleaning the house, and for cleaning the house we should get like $50. And the third position will be taking care of the garden, and for this particular position we should get like $100. Okay, and altogether it should give us I don't know, 30, 50, and 100. I think those were the numbers, so $180 altogether. And if we close a particular invoice, we won't be able to add any positions further. So we couldn't add position 4, 5, 6, and so on. So this is pretty important. So if closed, we will hide add positions and enable adding new ones. And as mentioned before, this is going to be a modal's Boolean. So this is going to be either true or false, and the default is going to be false. All right. So let's add a string representation. This will take in self, and let's return maybe an F string this time. Let's put in invoice number, and then we can refer to this number field over here. So let's put in self number, and maybe let's also add a primary key, and this is going to be self pk. All right. So yeah, this should do the trick. Let's also maybe add a method, and we will talk about methods a little bit later. I'm going to put in get positions. We will return to this once we will have the position class created. And here I'm going to write pass for now, and then we will also have get total amount, and this will be the total amount of the invoice. So it will sum all the positions of a particular invoice. For now, I'm also going to put in pass. I'm going to save this, jump into the admin py file. From .modals, we want to import invoice, and we want to register it. So admin site register invoice. Okay. So yeah, let's go to our terminal, Python manage py, make migrations, Python manage py, migrate, and Python manage py, run server. Okay, so let's hit refresh, and here are our invoices, so we can add invoice. So let's say that we will have me as the profile, we will have the test receiver, the number will be invoice one, just maybe let's just simplify this number for now at least, and then we will have the completion date, the issue date, the payment date. I'm going to set them all as today, and I'm just going to leave this as default, save, and there we are. So we have the invoice number, invoice one, and the primary key is one because this is the first object in this table that is created. Alright guys, so I think we can finish off over here, and in the next one we will take care of the positions. Have a great day and see you in the next video. Bye bye. Alright guys, so in this one, let's create our final application for this project called positions. So in order to do so, let's jump back into the terminal. Let's quit the development server from running. I'm going to type clear, and with the use of Python manage py command, we are going to start a new application called positions. Positions. Let's type enter. And right now we can jump back into the source folder, and let's find positions. We can jump into the modals py file, but before I forgot that we need to go to the settings py file, and over here let's add the positions. And by the way, if you hear my dogs barking, I apologize for this. They are really impatient sometimes. So if they will continue to bark, I'm just going to pause this video, but if not, yeah, I hope we can do as much as possible. So I created a class called position, and right now I'm just going to tell Django that this position class inherits from modals.modal, and as usual we need to define some fields, and this time the first field is going to be the invoice. So we are going to have a foreign key relationship again. So let's bring in the invoice class. From invoices dot modals, we want to import invoice, and here we will have the modals foreign key, invoice, and on delete modals cascade. All right, so this is the first field. Then we will have the title. So this is going to be the job that we did. So for example, cleaning up the kitchen, cleaning the bedroom, doing shopping, and so on and so on. So here we will have modals char field, and we will have a max length of, let's say, 200. Then we will have the description, and this is going to be a modals text field. And what we can add over here is blank is equal to true. So we want to make this field optional, but let's also add a help text, and we will see what help text does in the admin. So here I just want to put in some help text, as the name suggests that this is an optional info. All right. So maybe a better use case will be below, where we will describe the amount. And this is going to be a modals and then float field. And here, let's also put in a help text, and let's put in that the amount of money is in US dollars. So US dollars, something like this. Okay, so help text in US dollars. And then let's also add the created. So this is going to be nothing else but modal's datetime field with auto now at is equal to true. All right, let's also not forget about the string representation method. And here let's return an f string, and let's type invoice, and then we are going to refer to the invoice field, of course, so self invoice, and then we are going to grab the number. All right, so we are moving into invoices, so we are referring the invoice. This is a foreign key to the invoice, so we are going to invoices, and here we have a few fields, and we want to act as the number. We want to grab the number, so this is what we are doing. And yeah, we have invoice, self, invoice number. And maybe let's also add a position title, and this is just going to be self.title. All right, so here we are just referencing this field, which doesn't have any relationship. This is just an ordinary char field. All right, and this is it. So as the next step, we can jump into the admin, and here let's do the import from dot modals. We want to import position, and then admin site register position. Okay, let's save this, and let's go back to the console, to the terminal, sorry, and here let's write Python manage py make migrations and Python manage py migrate. And finally, let's start the development server, Python manage py run server. All right. And where are the positions? Here they are. Okay, so let's add one. I'm going to select the invoice. I'm going to give some title, cleaning the kitchen. And as you can see, here is the help text. So optional info and the amount in USD. So I'm going to skip the description, and then in the amount, I'm going to say $30. All right, so now I'm going to press save, and here we have it. This is our first position. So before we continue working on the invoices again, because we need to set the get positions and get total amount, I'm going to pause the video over here, and we will see each other in the next one. Have a great day and see you soon. Alright guys, so I'm back inside of the invoices application in the modals py file, and before we actually tackle the get position method and get total amount method, I would like to introduce one more field which is very popular and very important, and it's related to another class that we will create for educational purposes only. So this might not make entirely sense, but still I'm going to add another field to our invoice, and I'm going to name this field tag. So we'll need another class called tag, and I'm going to define it inside the modals py file of invoices. So this will inherit from modals.modal, and I'm just going to provide a single field which will be a modals char field, nothing else. As mentioned before, this is for educational purposes only, and here I'm going to set the max length to 200. All right. I'm going to also add a very simple string representation method. and we are going to return the name. All right. And now what we can do is to write that this is going to be a many-to-many field relationship where we are going to pass the tag. And let's make this field optional. So I'm going to set blank is equal to true. All right, so now let's save this. Let's go back to the terminal, quit the server from running, Python manage py, make migrations, Python manage py migrate, and Python manage py run server. All right. So yeah, let's also register this tag class in the admin. So we want to import tag, and then I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it below, and here I'm going to put in tag. Let's save this, and now we can refresh. And here are the tags. So maybe let's add sport, or maybe not sport. Maybe let's do IT work. And then I'm going to press save and add another one. Cleaning. Save and add another one. Laundry. I don't know. Maybe teaching. And yeah, this should do the trick. So now we can match our invoices with those tags. So I'm going to head over to invoices, and now as you can see, we have another field which is tag, and here we can select one tag, or if we press command and just hold it down and just move the mouse, we can select more than one item over here. Okay, so I'm going to select IT work and teaching, and then I'm going to press save. Okay, so as the next step, I would like to introduce the SQLite viewer. And with this viewer, what we are going to do is to simply drag and drop our database. So I'm going to go to the invoice NV, to the source folder, and I'm going to take this DB SQLite 3, drag and drop it over here. And I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. And as you can see, we have all the tables in our database. So for example, we can take a look at invoices, invoice. We have one invoice. Here are the fields: ID, number, completion date, issue date, payment date, created, closed, profile ID, and the receiver ID. And you can take a look at many more tables that we created, or which are pre-built to Django, to get a better understanding on how this actually works. What is interesting is the fact that we now have invoices, because this is the name of our application, and then invoice, which is our main class in our invoices application. So this is this one. And now we also have invoices, invoice tag, and tag. So invoices tag is basically this model over here. So if we take a look at, we have 4 items with individual IDs. So IT work, cleaning, laundry, teaching. And we also have invoices invoice tag. And basically this is, if we go back to our invoice object, this is what we've selected over here. So we have IT work and teaching. And if we take a look at this structure, we have the ID of this table, and then we have the invoice ID. So it's related, both objects are related to this object, this invoice object. And then we have the tag ID. So one is, in our case, IT work, and the other one, the fourth one, is teaching. Okay, so this is what I wanted to show you for this lecture. Let's maybe add a comment over here that we've added tag for educational purposes only. So I'm just going to type over here for educational purposes only. And I'm going to save this file, and we will finish this video over here, and hopefully I will see you in the next one. Bye bye. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this one, let's fill those methods, and maybe let's also add another one called get tags. And this takes also self, and for now we will write pass. So what I want to do over here is to add an S. So it's tags because it's a many-to-many field relationship. So I'm going to save this, go back to the terminal. I'm going to press Ctrl+C to stop the development server from running. Python manage py, make migrations. And then I'm just going to type Y because I did indeed rename the invoice tag to invoice tags. And then Python manage py migrate. And then finally Python manage py run server. All right, so now I would like to get all the tags that we see over here related to a particular invoice object. So for invoice 1, we would like to find or create a method that will retrieve IT work and teaching. So in order to do this, what we need to return is self, and then we are referring to the tags field, and then we just simply need to write all because we want to grab all the tags that are related to a particular invoice object. So it's just like you saw in the SQLite. Over here we have invoice ID, and we want to grab all the tag IDs related to this particular invoice ID. So this is the first method. Now we have get positions. So this is a little bit more trickier because we don't have position accessible directly over here in our invoice. We have over here a reverse relationship. So if we go to the positions, over here we have the invoice. So we can access it over here by this foreign key, all right, which is in the position modal. So in order to do this, we could also set a related name, but for now I'm just going to keep things a little bit simpler, and I'm just going to return to the invoices application, to the modals py file, and here we need to return self, then the name of the model where we have our foreign key. So in our case it's positions. Okay, so if we go to positions, we need to grab this position name. This is the class, this is the model that is interesting for us in order to perform this reverse relationship. So it's position dash or underscore, sorry, not dash, underscore, and then set is the constant, and then we just need to type all the same way we did over here with the get tags, and this should work as well. And finally we have another one, get total amount. So over here we can write total is equal to 0 because this is going to be the initial value, and then we are going to set the, let's call it QS, and this is going to be self get positions. All right, and now we are going to loop through this QS. So for pos as position in QS, we want to increment the total. So total plus equals position amount. Okay, because if we go to our modals py file in the positions application, we want to grab this amount field. So this is exactly what we are doing over here. We are looping through the position objects, and then we are taking each one of them that is in this query set, and then we are incrementing the total, which is initially 0, by the position amount in order to return the total at the very end. Okay, so now we can go ahead and save this. And to find out how this works, what we are going to do is to jump into our main project folder, which is called invoice proj. And here, what I'm going to do is to create a views py file. And we are just going to create a very simple view for educational purposes only. This is going to be a functional view. Let's just call it maybe test view or hello world view. Hello world view. Hi guys, this is Luke from the future, and right now I'm editing the first part of the video. However, I would like to explain something. Mainly over here we have hello world function with a view inside the parentheses, so we are passing a view. And what I initially wanted to do is to write hello world view, and I wanted to pass in a request, but what I did instead was just write hello world, and I passed in a view by accident. So I'm going to put in over here the request, so later when we are going to return something else than HTTP response, mainly we will use render to render the template. So let's do an auto import. Okay, so here first of all we need to pass in the request, then we will have the template name, and we will decide what do we want to pass into this template in a dictionary. So for now I'm just putting an empty dictionary, and of course we need to specify what will be the template name, or the template path to be more precise, and we will pass in this request. So I just wanted to clarify this situation, and I'm going to stick with the request, of course, but you will see in the next videos, in the next 30 minutes approximately, maybe less than 30 minutes, you will see a view over here. So just keep in mind to change this to request. Okay, this is it, and see you in the next videos. All right, and then I'm going to return a HTTP response. Okay, so it got imported automatically from Django HTTP. So let's put inside the parentheses hello world. Okay, so in order to see this HTTP response, we actually need to register this view. And we can do it in the urls.py file. So let's jump in the main urls.py file where we keep our URL patterns. And as you can see, we have admin over here, which is basically reflecting to the path/admin. So in order to jump into the Django administration, we need to type admin at the end. So this is the constant. Yeah, so this is the constant, and then we are adding, in this case, admin. So let's define the main path. So let's define the path that matches this constant right over here. So we won't see nothing over here because we want to match it exactly like this. We are not adding anything, and we need to bring in the home view, but we need to import it from the views.py file. So from .views we want to import home view, hello world view, I think. Hello world. How was it called? Hello world. Okay, I called it hello world. So Let's do it like this. Hello world. Perfect. I'm going to save this and let's see what we will have over here. I'm going to delete everything and there it is. Perfect. So as the next step, I'm going to show you how to grab the object, the invoice object that we created. And we will do this in the views.py file as well. To be more precise, we are going to use the hello world view, but we are going to modify it a little bit. So I'm going to create an obj variable, which is going to refer to the invoice, which needs to be imported, of course. So from invoices modals, we want to bring in invoice. This is going to be invoice and then objects. And we want to get the first invoice. So we are going to get it by the ID and we are going to grab the first one. So right now, what we can do is to as a HTTP response, return an str obj, and then let's refer to the number field. Let's save this. Let's hit refresh. And as you can see, we have invoice 1. So what I'm going to do over here is to do some prints. First of all, I'm going to write obj, and then I'm going to access the method that we created. And the first method that we created was getTags. So let's bring it in. Obj getTags. Let's save this. Let's hit refresh. And as you can see, we have a query set where we have those tags that we created. So we have IT work and teaching. Okay, so those tags match the ones that we saw in the Django administration. So this was the first print. So now we can comment this out. Let's have another one, print obj, and this time get positions. Okay, so let's save this. Again, we need to refresh the page. And here is the query set for the positions. So we have only one position, invoice 1, position title, cleaning the kitchen. Perfect. And finally, let's put in get total amount. Let's save this. Let's hit refresh. And we have 30. All right. So I think this matches the amount that we have in our position. So let me go very quickly to the admin. We have one position and here is 30. Okay. So everything works. And this is how to grab a single object. If we would like to grab all the invoices, so I would comment this out, I would comment this out, and over here, let's return again, hello world. And below, let's name this QS as query set, and then invoice objects all. And we have only one invoice, but this will be a query set. I'm going to hit refresh. And of course, we need to print the query set. So we can actually bring this back in and we are going to compare obj and query set. So first I'm going to print obj and then below print query set. Okay, so let's hit refresh. And as you can see over here, we have a particular invoice object, and over here we have a query set. We can loop through the query set, and with the invoice object, we can, for example, do something like use the dict magic method, and not dict. Okay, and if we do this and refresh, we will see some more details related to the fields. So we don't see the string representation anymore. We see in details what this object consists of. One thing that we can do on the query set is qs.query. So I'm just going to print some kind of a divider over here. And let's hit refresh. And this is the SQL statement that is used. Okay, so this is another interesting thing to keep in mind. And yeah, I think we can finish off over here, and we will see each other in the next lecture. Take care and bye-bye. Alright guys, so I'm back in the profiles application folder in the modals.py file, and I'm currently looking at the profile class because over here we have the account number field, which is with a special setting blank is equal to true, and this basically means that the account number is optional, and this is why we were able to create our test user with the empty account number and our super user with the empty account number. So in order for preventing this to happen in the future, we can actually put in the clean method. And in the clean method, we are going to check if the account number has a length of 26 digits. And if not, we are going to raise validation error. So let's do this. I'm going to put in clean, which takes in self. And here, let's do this if check. If len self account number, and then we are going to put in is not equal to 26, then we are going to raise validation error. Okay? And I'm just going to put in the parentheses bank account number must be 26 characters long. And I'm going to save this, and let's try to save this object. And as you can see, we have now an error. Please correct the error below. Bank account number must be 26 characters long. All right. So in order for this to happen automatically, we can create a special generate account number function. We need to create it, and we are going to do this inside of the utils.py file, which we are going to put in our profiles application. So inside of profiles, create a new file called utils.py. So first of all, I'm going to create a variable called available numbers, and we want the numbers from 0 to 9. So I'm going to use list comprehension for this. So x for x, and then in range 10. So this should give me numbers from 0 to 9. Then I'm going to define the size, and the size is going to be 26. And then let's put this function. So generate account number. Okay, so this isn't a method, this is a function. It's outside of class. It doesn't need to refer to self. So we keep the parentheses empty over here. It doesn't take anything. And what I'm going to do is to set a new variable inside of this function. This is going to be new number list. And here I'm going to also use list comprehension. But before, I'm going to import random, because we want the numbers to be chosen randomly from this available numbers list. And we are going to convert them to string. So first of all, we have a conversion over here, and then random choice, and we need to refer to the available numbers list. So we are choosing randomly from the available numbers list a number, we are converting it to string, and then we just need to write for x and in range, and we will pass in the size. So here we can actually put in an underscore, okay, because x isn't used in this case. And yeah, so we have a new number list, and now we need to put it into a string. So let's write a new variable, new number str, okay, and this is going to be join and new number list. So finally we can simply return the new number list. Okay, so here we are having a list of random numbers from the available numbers list. Here we are converting this list to a string, and then we are returning the my mistake, not new number list but new number string, like this. All right, so this function is basically ready to use. We can jump back into our modals.py file, and below the string representation method right now I'm going to add another one, which is called save, and this one will take in self, args, and keyword args, and then we will return super and then save, and we'll pass in args and keyword args. So what this method does is it overrides the save method, so we can add some logic over here in this place over here. Okay, so to be more precise, what we want to do is to auto generate the account number. So first of all, let's do a check if the account number is equal to empty. Okay, if this is an empty string, and if this is the case, we are going to set the self account number. We are going to take this field and set it to be equal to generate account number. So we are going to do an auto import. If you can't auto import, you'll need to import it from profiles utils or just .utils, since we are in the same folder. So we are at modals.py and we have utils.py in the same profile folder. This is why we can use in this case the dot. We don't need to refer to the full name. All right, if we would be importing it from invoices, we would have to type invoices utils, okay? But both of our files, modals and utils, are in the same file, so we can refer by dot. And this is basically it. So this method will help us to auto-generate this account number with the use of generate account number. We are overriding the save method over here, okay? So let's find out if this actually works. I'm going to save this, excuse me, and I'm going to press save and continue, and we still see this error, and this is because we have this clean method. So I'm just going to comment it out. We don't need it anymore, and I'm going to try one more time, save and continue, and there it is. So this is our account number, and then if I press it, save and continue again, nothing changes. However, if we would get rid of this if check, and then I'm going to save this one more time and press save and continue one more time, as you can see, it changes every time I press save and continue. So this is very important to have this if check in our case. Okay, so save and continue, and now the account number doesn't change. Alright guys, so I think we are done with this lecture and we will see each other in the next one. Take care and bye bye. Alright guys, so before we actually move on to the next step of this tutorial where we are going to export our models, we need to do one more thing, and that is to set a signal so that whenever a user gets created, the profile to this particular user will get created as well. And in order to do this, we need to jump to the profiles application, and over here let's create a signals.py file. So signals in Django are used to communicate between models. So for example, the user model in our case is going to inform the profile model that a new user has been created, and that we should also create a profile object to this particular user. And we will see how this works in practice. We are going to use, in this particular example, I think the most popular signal, which is called post save. And we can start by importing it. So from Django db.modals signals, we want to import post save. And then we will also need a decorator, the receiver decorator. So from dispatch, from Django dispatch, we want to import receiver. Excuse me, guys. And then from .modals, we want to import profile. And from Django contrib auth models, we want to import the user model. Okay, so the user is going to send a signal to the profile that the profile should create a profile object to the user that has been created. Basically, this is how it works. So first of all, we are going to use the receiver decorator, where we are going to pass in the signal type. So this is post save in our case. And then we are going to specify the sender. So in our case, as mentioned before, the user is the sender. All right. Then we need to create a function. We can name it however you want. I'm just going to put in create profile. And this will take in the sender and the instance. So this is going to be the instance of the user. Sender is going to be the user. And then we will have created. So we will know if the instance is created or not. And then just keyword arguments. So it can be created only once, okay? If it's created, it will return true. If it's updated or modified, it will return false. So, of course, if you're interested, you can do some prints to print the sender, print the instance, print the created. But here, let's do a check if created, because we want to also create the profile once. So once it's created, we are not interested in a situation of creating a profile when the user is updated. No, we want to create the profile once. So here I'm going to write, in this case, profile objects create, where we are going to specify the user as the instance, just like this. Let's save this, and we need to register signals in general in 2 additional places. So first of all, let's jump into the apps.py. In the class profiles config, what we are going to do is to put in a ready method, which takes in self, and here we are going to import profiles signals. Okay, so we are referring to the file over here that we created. Let's save this. And then we need to jump into the init.py file, sorry guys, where we are going to need to specify the default app config. So I'm just going to copy this name over here because we will need it. And then in the init.py file, I'm going to write default app config is equal to, and then profiles, apps, and then this profiles config. So we are in the profiles application. In the apps PY, we grab the profiles config. So just make sure to save the init.py file. And now we can go to users. I'm going to put in test user 2. And as a reminder, there is no profile of test user 2. So let's go back to users, add user, test user 2. Let's set the password. Let's save, and let's go to profiles. And there it is. We have the profile of the user test user. And then if we take a look at our prints, so let's jump back to signals. The sender is the first one. Okay, the user model. Then we have the instance. So this is the test user. Okay, so this is basically this. Okay, and then we have false. Okay, because we pressed 2 times. So I'm going to show you something. Let's create another test user. Test user 3. Okay, let's press save. And now if we scroll down, we see true. Okay, the user has been already created. We can see it in the users. It's test user 3. And now if we press save again, we see false. Okay, because over here it was created, and over here it was it was just basically updated. Okay, so as mentioned before, the created can be true only once. Okay, this created can be true only once. So yeah, this is it. This is how it works, and I hope I explained this properly. If not, please ask your questions in the comment section. Alright guys, so this is it for this chapter. We will see each other in the next one. Take care and bye-bye. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this video we are going to export the first table, which will be in our case the tag table, because it's very simple. We have only one field and we will add to this the ID field. So we will actually see 2 columns in the format that we are going to select, Excel or CSV, or maybe we will decide to export it as a JSON. Yeah, we will basically see like only the ID and the name. So this is a perfect first table to export because it's very simple. It doesn't consist of any other relationship to any other table, so we can do it pretty fast. But in order to get started, we need to head over to the installation and configuration of the package that we are going to use, and the package is called Django import export. I should place the link in the description, so please go to the description to find the link to this page, and you can copy pip install Django import export. So we need to go to the terminal, paste this, wait just a few seconds, and right now we can proceed and go to the installed apps. Over here, I'm going to copy import export, and I'm going to jump to the settings py file. Over here, I'm going to write a comment, third party, and below this comment, we are going to place third party packages. So first of all, let's place import export. Perfect. So now I'm going to save settings py, and we can jump right away into invoices, into admin py file, and we will begin from the imports. So first of all, we need to import resources. So from import export, we want to import resources. And then we'll also need an export action mixin in order to export our tables. So again, from import export, and then we need to put in admin. So from import export admin, we are importing export action mixin. All right, so below we can create a resource class, and I'm going to call it tag resource, which inherits from resources.modal resource. So this will work similar to serializers if you know Django REST framework. First, we are going to write class meta, and then we are going to indicate the modal. So we are selecting the tag modal, and we need to declare the fields. So we want to export the ID and the name. All right, so this is the tag resource, which now needs to be passed to the admin. So over here, I don't know why I have 2 times invoices, so I'm going to fix this like this. So here we have right now the registration of the invoice and the tag. So now we have the tag over here and the invoice. And right now we need to create a custom admin class for the tag in order to select the resource class as tag resource and then pass this tag custom admin class to be registered. So if you feel confused, don't be. It's actually pretty simple. We are going to create a tag. Let's call it admin, tag admin. And then this inherits from admin.modal admin. And what we need to do is to select the resource or indicate the resource class to be equal to the tag resource. But actually, we also need to pass in this export action mixin. So I'm going to copy it and put it in front of the tag admin. With this export action mixin, we will be actually able to export the table with the configuration that we have over here. So the final step is to grab the tag admin and register it next to the tag. Okay, so now we can save this. And let's go to the admin. Of course, we need to run the development server, Python manage py run server. Okay, and let's hit refresh. Let's go to tags, and as you can see, we have now an option to export the selected tags. So I'm going to select all of them, and I'm going to export selected tags, and now we can select the format. So I'm going to go with maybe CSV first. Okay, and let's wait a few seconds. And there it is. Okay, so we have a simple CSV. We have the ID and the name. All right, and then let's also do one more. Let's do maybe JSON. Okay. And there it is. Okay, so this is working. And this was a very simple example on how to export our models. And in the next one, we will do something a little bit more difficult. Okay, so hope to see you guys over there, because probably we are going to jump into profiles and we will export the profiles table. So stay tuned and see you soon. All right, guys, so let's jump into profiles, and let's go to the admin py file. Actually, I'm going to jump into invoices very quickly just to copy the imports. And then I'm going to go back to the profiles admin py and I'm going to paste the imports. All right, so the first step, as you know, is to create a resource class. So I'm going to call it profile resource. And this will, of course, also inherit from resources and then modal resource, just like this, okay? And we need to select, we need to write the class meta to select, to indicate the model, which in this case will be the profile. And then we will write fields, and this time, just for now, let's select all, okay? So we have our profile resource, and now we need to create a custom admin class. So this is going to be a profile admin, which inherits from admin.modal admin. So here we are going to put in the resource class equal to the profile resource, okay? And we also need to grab the export action mixin so that we will have the opportunity to export this profile table with the configuration that we set in the profile resource. All right, so let's just register this profile admin, and let's go ahead and save this. Let's jump into where is it? Where do I have it? Here is my admin, okay, and I'm going to jump to profiles, select all, and then export selected profiles. Let's do CSV, and let's see what we will have over here. It seems like the all fields all selection didn't work. So what I'm going to do next is to pass in the ID, and maybe let's also grab the user, okay? So ID and user. All right, so let's save this and let's see if this will work. So again, I'm going to press CSV, and let's see what do we have over here. So right now we have some results. So we have IDs 1, 3, 4, 5. Before recording, I actually removed the user with the ID 2. So we have 1, 3, 4, 5, and we have the users. So right now, what I'm going to do is to actually change this number into an actual username. And in order to do this, we will need an additional import. So what I'm going to do is to copy this part, and we will need to do something like in Django REST framework with serializer method field. So here we are going to go to import export fields, and we are going to import field. All right, and now if we want to get the username, we need to, for example, do it in this way, and then I'm going to show you a different approach. But we are going to select set the field user to be equal field, okay? And so this is like a serializers.serializer method field, and then below we need to write a method which is going to start with dehydrate, and then we need to specify the field. So in Django REST framework, you begin with get and then the name of the field. Here is dehydrate and then the name of the field, so user. All right, and then this takes in self, which refers to the profile resource class, and the object of the model itself. All right, so here we are just going to return obj user.username. All right, and let's save this, and let's do this one more time. And as you can see right now, okay, you probably don't see it, but now if we zoom in, we have the user. Okay, so we can also do something like, sorry, let me reorganize this very quickly. This should go maybe over here. Okay, so we can leave the user over here, and this could be get user, for example, and then we need to pass it to the fields as well. So right now we have get user. So this has to change. This has to be dehydrate get user. And now if we save this, and if we go back and press go, we should see different results. And indeed we see different results. So we see the previous part, so the first export, which was the ID and the user, and right now we see the get user, ID, and the user. So we see exactly the fields that we where is it, that we declared over here. So I'm going to stay with the user, and I'm going to remove this get user, and now everything should be okay. But apart from the user, we would like to see the account number, all right. We would also like to see the company name. What else do we have? Company name, company info, and yeah, let's also place the created and the updated. Created and the updated, like this. All right, so let's save this and let's try it again. So let's press go, and there we have it. So we have the account number. However, we don't see the user right now, so something had to go wrong. Let me check very quickly. We have the user. Okay, as you can see, I still have get user. This is extremely important that we have the constant, which is dehydrate underscore, and then whatever we declare over here. So we instantiate the field, and right now we should pass exactly the user, not get user, but the user. So this was the mistake, and right now we can simply go back and try it one more time, and then let's take a look at the results. Okay, so we have the user, we have the ID, the account number, the company name, the created and updated. All right, guys, so I think we can finish off over here, and we will continue working on our exports in the next video. Take care and bye-bye. All right, guys, as the next step, let's tackle the receivers. So this is going to be a pretty simple example, so you can try to do it on your own. However, I'm going to show you one pretty interesting option, which is the order of exports. So we can export our fields in a particular order. Okay, so first of all, we are going to jump into the admin, but maybe before we will copy the imports that we need. So again, let's go to receivers admin, and we are going to paste them over here. And actually, we won't need this field for the receiver, because over here we don't have any relationship. We have just an ordinary char field, text field, URL field, and date time field. Okay, so this is a pretty simple example. So as mentioned before, try to do it on your own. And if you don't want to, or you already did, just continue watching to verify the results. So receiver resource, this is what we do first. We create a resource class, and this inherits from resources, and then of course the modal resource. Okay, so here inside of this class, we are creating a class meta. We are indicating that we want the model to be equal the receiver, and then we declare the fields. So here, let's begin with the ID. Then we will have the name, the address, okay, the website, and what else did we have? Let's check this, and the created. All right. So yeah, this is basically it. This is the configuration that we want to export. And in order to export it, we need to create a custom admin. So let's write a receiver admin, which inherits from admin.modaladmin. And here what we are going to set is the resource class equal to the receiver resource. All right. And we also need to grab this export action mixin, put it over here. So we are also, as the receiver admin class, inheriting from export action mixin. Okay, not only from the admin modal admin, but also from the export action mixin. And right now we just need to register this receiver admin next to the receiver. Let's save this and let's see if this will work. So let's go to receivers. We only have one receiver, and we see that this option export selected rows is available. So again, I'm going to select CSV, go, and here are the results. So we have the ID, the name, the address, website, and the created. All right, so as you can see, the ID, name are the first fields. So what we are going to do next is to change this. Let me go back to Visual Studio Code. And if you would like to change the order, the export order of the fields, you just need to write export order in the configuration, which is the receiver resource class. And here we can also open up a tuple. And for example, first we would like to see maybe the website. Then we would like to see maybe the created. Then maybe the address. And then the name. And at the end, the ID. All right, so let's save this and let's see if this will work. So I'm going to press go. Okay. And as you can see, we have the order that we indicated. So first we have the website, created, address, and then the name and the ID. All right. So this is it for this video. We will continue in the next one. Take care and bye-bye. Alright guys, in this video I just want to make some cosmetic changes to the Django administration, and mainly we are going to change the site header, which is Django administration, as well as the index title, which is site administration, and then we are going to do some very small changes to our not positions but to our invoices invoice class in the models py file. So yeah, let's get started. First of all, let's go to the main project folder, invoice proj, urls py file, and below the URL patterns, let's write admin site, and then we need to specify the site header, which is by default Django administration. And here we are going to write maybe something like invoice admin system, something like this. And then we will do the same thing for the index title. So admin site index title, and right now we are going to override the site administration. So I'm just going to place here management. All right, and now I'm going to save this, hit refresh, and okay, we have it. So invoice, admin system, and management. All right, so this is the first change. Now we are going to jump into invoices, to the modals py file, and over here, as you can see, we have those methods created. And what I'm going to do is to change them with the use of the property decorator. So they are going to be treated as a field. This isn't a big change in Django, but let's do it very quickly. And with the use of, let's apply them in all the places, in all the methods. And I'm just going to remove get, okay? And with the use of this property decorator, we are going to simply remove the parentheses. So we will have even not get positions, but positions, okay? So now we are referring to self positions that we defined over here. All right, and this will of course work as well. And those are the two changes before we actually attack the export of this invoice class, which comes in the next video. So see you guys over there. And this one will be a little bit more trickier one because of the positions that we have over here. All right, so yeah, see you over there. Alright guys, so let's attack this invoice class. So we are going to jump to invoices, admin py, and over here below the tag resource and tag admin, we are going to create another class, this time related to the invoice. So I'm going to create an invoice resource, and this will inherit from resources modal resource. So we are just following the same steps that we did in the previous video or videos, and now we need to set the class meta, indicate that this time we want the modal to be related to the invoice, and here we need to specify the fields, okay? So let's say that we want all of the fields or most of the fields. We learned that all won't do the trick, so let's open up a tuple and let's just simply add them step by step. So the first one will be the ID, then we will have the profile, the number will be the next one, then we will have the completion date, then as the next one will be the issue date, the payment date, okay? So the issue date, then we will have the payment date, and what else? The created and closed. We will skip the tags, but we will do the created and closed, okay? So let's add created and closed. Perfect. So these are the fields. Okay, so this is the configuration for our export. And now we need to create a custom admin. So this is going to be the invoice admin, which inherits from admin.modal admin. And over here, as the resource class, we are setting the invoice resource. And of course, we need to inherit also from the export action mixin. So we need to put the export action mixin at the front in the invoice admin, just like this. And finally, let's register invoice admin. All right, so this is it. Let's save this and let's see how this looks like. So right now we have one invoice and this is perfectly fine. Let's just try to export this. So I'm going to select again CSV, and let's see the result. Okay. And there we are. So we have the ID profile. So here we can get the profile. We have the number, the completion date, the issue date, payment date, created and closed. All right. So we would like to change a few things. So for example, the closed to display for only true or false instead of 0 or 1. We would like to have the profile username, and also we forgot about the receiver, and then we would also like to get the positions of the invoice and display them in a column as well. Okay, so there are a few things to do here. So let's go back. Okay, and what I'm going to do first is actually add the receiver. All right. And since we have the profile and the receiver, so now I'm going to bring in the field. So let me just copy this. We need to import from import export fields, the field, so we can instantiate it for the profile. Profile is equal to field, and for the receiver, this is equal to field as well. All right, and now we can actually, oh sorry, I'm doing this in the wrong place. I'm in the tag resource. Sorry for this mistake. We need to go, of course, to the invoice resource and add those fields to our configuration. All right, so as mentioned before, we need to now work on those two fields. We need to specify what exactly we want to do with them. So as you probably remember, the constant is dehydrate, then underscore, and then the name that we declared over here. So first we'll do one for profile, and this takes in self and then obj. So again, self is related to the invoice resource, and obj is related to the model that we specified over here. So this is the particular object of the model. All right, and then we just return obj and then profile user name. All right, and then we will do the same thing with the receiver. So dehydrate and then receiver. All right, and this of course takes also self and obj. People who know Django REST framework, I think they can understand this very easily, because as mentioned before, this is quite similar to serializer method field. Okay, and here we just need to return the receiver. So let's go back to the models for a second. We have receiver, which is a foreign key to the receiver. And then if we go to the receivers, we want to grab the name. Okay, so let's go back to invoices and then receiver.name. Perfect. So this is for the profile and the receiver. What else do we have over here? We have a closed, and maybe also let's do the created. We will format the created for date only. All right, so let's do these two next, and then we will handle positions. So again, we need to set the created equal to field, and then okay, let's just do this step by step. So dehydrate, and then create it. And this also takes in self obj, and we want to return obj created strf time, and let's just do day, month, and year, something like this. Okay, so this will be date only. And then let's do dehydrate closed, which takes in also self obj. For now, I'm going to put in pass, and then I'm going to add closed over here. So we instantiate closed, and then with the use of field, and then we need to do an if check. Okay, so did I spell this correctly? Dehydrate, sorry guys, dehydrate close. Okay, and as mentioned before, we need to do an if check. So we want to check if obj closed is equal to true, and if this is the case, we want to return true, and in other case we want to return false, something like this. All right, so let's save this and let's see if this will actually work. So I'm going to press go, and what do we have over here? We have the profile, the receiver, the created, closed is equal to false, the ID, the invoice number, the completion date, the issue date, and the payment date. And as you can see, created is also formatted into date only. Okay, before it was date time. So now we are going to go back and we are going to handle the positions. So below the dehydrate close, we are going to write dehydrate positions. Positions, which takes in self obj, and then we need to add the positions over here. We need to instantiate the positions with the use of field. All right. So here, what we are going to do is to set a variable called positions or positions list. And this is going to be equal, and we will do, for now, we will put in an empty array, but we will provide some list comprehension over here. And before we actually do this, let's go to the positions modals.py file. And here we have the fields. So let's say that we want to refer to the title. Okay, so going back to the admin.py file, we want to do display, okay, first of all, sorry guys, positions list. Okay, and then we would like to use the title in our export. So x title for x in obj.positions. Okay, so I hope this is obvious because we have created a positions property where we are getting all the positions related to a particular invoice. All right, so this is what we are doing over here. We are grabbing the title, each title related to the invoice, each title of a position related to a particular invoice, and putting it into the list. And then we are going to join it, so we will have a string. So let's do this as a position string variable, and this is going to be equal, and then we are going to join this by the comma, and we need to pass in the positions list. And finally, we are going to return the positions string. All right, and there's one more thing that we need to do. We need to grab the positions and add them into the fields tuple. And there it is. This is everything. I hope this is everything. I hope there's no mistake over here. So let's find out. Let's press go. And we have the positions over here. So let me make this a little bit bigger. Okay, we have cleaning the kitchen. So over here, we don't join anything by the comma because we have only one position. And okay, so there's another thing missing, and this is the total amount. So let's add the total amount. This is a very, very important field that we forgot to add. Total amount. All right, so again, we are going to copy total amount. And then we are going to grab total amount. And let's write dehydrate total amount. This takes in self and obj. And then we are going to return obj total amount. All right. So before we try this out, I'm going to add an additional position. Let me just find the Django admin very quickly. So let's jump to positions and let's add one more position to the invoice that we created. And this is going to be, what can it be? Translating lectures. Okay, I'm going to leave the description as optional and I'm going to put in $100. Going to press save. And now let's see the results. So we should have the total amount of $130. Okay, and we should see translating lectures and cleaning the kitchen in the positions section. So let's see if this will work. First of all, we need to go to invoices and then export selected invoices, CSV, go. And the total amount didn't work. We have cleaning the kitchen, translating lectures as we imagined. However, the total amount didn't work, and let's see why it didn't work. Let me jump into the code very quickly. Obj total amount. All right, guys, so I think I found the mistake, and it's related to spelling. So sorry for this. Now I'm going to simply save this and then let's try this out one more time. So I'm going to open the CSV and now everything is working. Okay, so we have the total amount 130 and then we see the positions after the comma. So yeah, this is exactly what we wanted to accomplish. All right, guys, so we will finish off over here and we will continue in the next video. Take care and bye-bye. All right, guys, welcome back. So let's do the positions. It should be pretty simple, but let's do it anyway and let's treat it as a reminder. Okay, so we learned new things and let's use the positions model just to remember how things are done. So let's jump into the admin py file, or I'm going to go to admin of invoices and I'm just going to copy the imports, and then again in the positions admin py I'm going to simply paste them. So what we need to do first is to create, of course, a resource class which we are going to call position resource. and this inherits from resources modal resource, just like this. Let's put in the class meta. Modal is equal to the position this time, and we will need to specify the fields in a tuple, starting with the ID, and then I don't remember, let's check it out. We have invoice, title, description, amount, and created. Okay, so we know that invoice is going to be a foreign key, and besides that, everything will be very simple. So ID, then we have the invoice, then we have the title, next the description, next the amount, and the created. All right, so these are the fields, and as mentioned before, we need to take special care of the invoice. So invoice is equal to field, and then below let's create a dehydrate method. So now I just need to focus on spelling. Dehydrate invoice, and this takes in self and obj. All right, and then we are going to return obj invoice, and let's access the number field. So we will export in this invoice column the number of the invoice. All right, so yeah, let's continue with creation of the custom admin, where we are going to set as the resource class this position resource. So below, let's set the position admin, and this will inherit from, let's put in the export action mixin, and then admin dot modal admin. So here, as mentioned before, we will set the resource class equal to the position resource. Okay, and then the final step is to simply register the position admin. All right, so let's save this and let's jump to the positions, and we can export the selected positions. So let's select all of them, and again we'll do it for the CSVs. Let's open it up, and okay, we don't have any description, and I have some problems with my mouse again. I really need to replace it. I normally work on a different computer. This is a computer just for YouTube, but okay, it seems now it's working. Okay, so I'm going to zoom in, and there it is. Okay, so we have the invoice, the ID, the title, the description, amount, and created. So maybe we can add something over here. So if it's if there's no description, we can display something. And in order to do this, we need to go back to our admin py file, and then we will grab description, field, and then I'm just going to copy this. All right, and this is going to be dehydrate description like this, and then we are going to do an if check. If obj description is equal to an empty string, then we are going to return a minus, like there's no description, and in other case we are going to return the description. All right, so I'm going to access one position, test description. So one will consist of a description, the other one won't. So this one doesn't have a description. And now let's go back to positions, and let's export the selected ones. CSV, go. And there it is. So let me zoom in, and test description for the one that consists of the description field, and the one that has the description empty has this dash over here. All right, so this is an indicator that there is no description at all. All right, guys, so I think we can finish off over here, and we will see each other in the next video. Take care and bye bye. Alright guys, welcome. In the next chapter of this application, we will begin by doing some additional configuration in the settings.py file, and then in the next video we will jump and create our base template and the navbar, and then we will start working with the class base views starting from the list view, the invoice list view. Alright, so as mentioned before, let's begin by doing some configuration in the settings.py file. So I need to go to invoice project. So this is our main project directory, and we will first of all begin by finding the templates. And over here we have a list, and inside we have a dictionary. All right, so here we have some configuration, and for us right now the most important is this one, because over here we can tell Django where to look for additional templates, and this is what we want to do, because we want to have a separate templates folder for our base HTML and for our navbar HTML. So we will also have templates directories in our applications, and this is okay. Django will find this automatically. So if we put a templates directory in the invoice application, that will be no problem, and no additional configuration is required here. However, if we would like to have a separate folder next to the main project folder and next to our applications, next to our database, we need to provide this over here. So let's do this very quickly. I'm going to put in base dir slash templates. All right, so imagine that source is our base dir, so we are now able to put templates inside of source, so it will be, as mentioned before, in the same level as invoice proj, invoices, and other applications. So let's add templates, and this is the first configuration that we have to do in the settings.py file. And then if we scroll all the way down, we need to do some additional settings for our static and media files. And here we can have different settings depending on how we are going to serve our static files. So what's worth to keep in mind is that serving on S3 will have slightly different configuration than if we decide to serve it on Nginx. However, we are going to focus on our development application, so our application in development mode. So what I'm going to add to the static URL is just static files dirs. Okay, and here I'm going to put in a list, and then again I'm going to refer to the base dir and then static. So what do you think? What does this mean? Well, this means that I can now put a static folder in the main root in our source directory, and Django will find static files over there. Okay, so this is one thing. I'm not going to configure the static root. So static root enables us to serve the static files from a single location, but I'm going to skip it since we don't need it in the development mode. But I'm going to focus now on the media files. So I need a media URL and a media root. Okay, so media root like this. So the media URL is going to be media, and then media root is going to be a base dir, and then media. All right, so over here in the base directory, we are going to have a media folder where we are going to keep the media files, and the media files are the ones that are uploaded by the user. All right, so static files, as you can see over here in this comment, those are the CSS, the JavaScript, the images, okay, that we use in our applications. And media files are the files that are uploaded by the user. So for example, if we decide to upload an avatar or a picture of ourselves or a company logo, this will be a media file, okay? So, and it will be kept in the media directory, which we are going to create right now. We already have the static, so let's also create the media directory, because later in a video, or maybe two, three videos from now, we are going to add some additional fields to the receivers and to the profiles. Okay, so those media settings will be very important. All right, so I'm going to create this media directory, and now I'm going to save the settings.py file. And as the next step, what I'm going to do is jump to the invoice project URLs.py file. So we are going to access our main URLs.py file, and we are going to include the media and static files in the URL patterns. So we need to bring in static. So let's do some imports. Actually, I can get rid of this comment right here. And then from Django conf, and then URL static, we want to import static. And then from Django conf import settings. All right, so actually if we have the debug mode equal to true, we don't need to set up the static files, we just need to set up the media files. All right, so as a reminder, in the settings py we are in debug is equal to true. All right, so if we change it to false, couple of things changes. We'll need to fill out, for example, this allowed hosts list, but as mentioned before, let's just keep this in the development mode, so we will have debug is equal to true. And right now, let's include the as mentioned before, the media files in the URL patterns. We can do this also for the static, but it's not mandatory. All right, so this is how it would look like: settings, and then we would have over here the static URL, and as document root, this is going to be the settings static root. Static root. All right, so this is how it would look like. I'm going to comment this out, copy it, paste it below, and I'm going to change the static to media, and over here also I'm going to change the static to media, so we will have media root. All right, and at this point our media files will be available at the link that I deleted, and I could have kept it, but yeah, let's just copy it, and instead of admin we will have media, and then for example a particular image. Okay, so image PNG or image JPG. All right, so we will see exactly how this looks like when we will actually upload some images for, as mentioned before, the receivers and the profiles. All right, guys, so I think this is it. Right now we can add a style CSS to our static, and let's also generate, so for now this style CSS will be blank, but also let's generate a favorite icon. So I'm at fav icon IO, and let's select this option with emoji, And then I'm going to maybe grab this one, dashing away, and I'm going to simply download it. As the next step, we need to grab this favorite icon and we need to place it in our static directory. So source, and then we need to find static, and we need to place it over here. Okay, and this is basically it. So I think we've done everything that I planned. We configured the templates, we configured the static files and media files, we added an empty style CSS, and we also added a favorite icon. So now we can actually start working on our base template and our navbar, and this is something that we are going to do in the next video. So see you guys over there. Alright guys, so in our project we are going to use Bootstrap version 5. So in order to get started, we need to press the Get Started button, and then let's scroll down to the starter template. And over here we have the copy to clipboard button, so let's click on it, and then let's jump into our project, into our Visual Studio Code editor. Let's scroll all the way down to templates, and over here let's create base HTML, and this is going to be our main template from which other templates will inherit. So I'm going to paste the code that I copied from Bootstrap, and at the very top what I'm going to do is to load static. So this is how we load static, and now we are able to use static files in this base HTML. So we are going to need it for the favorite icon. So below maybe the required meta tags, let's add a section for the favorite icon. And let's place link rel is equal to shortcut icon, and this is going to be type equal to image png, and then ref is equal to, and then we are going to place static, and then fave icon ICO, like this. Okay, so I'm just going to make sure that we have this fave icon in the static, and as you can see, there it is. So this should work. And yeah, now we have the favorite icon. So what else? We also created the style CSS. So maybe below the Bootstrap CSS, let's place our style CSS. So over here, let's put a comment, maybe custom CSS, something like this. Okay. And let's add it. Link rel is equal to style sheet, and then ref is equal to, and then we need to place in static, and then refer to the style CSS. All right. So this is custom CSS. Now we can, for example, add block scripts for JavaScript, for JavaScript file to link them within the templates that will inherit from base HTML. So I'm not sure if we are going to be using this block, but yeah, we can add it, we can prepare for it. So we can define a block script. We can also change the title, and over here we can place invoice app, and then add a block title like this. So in each page in our application, the invoice app will be the constant, and this block title will be changing depending on which site we are at. So if we are at the contact section, we will see invoice app contact. If we are at the main page, it will be invoice app main page or home page. Okay, So this is it for the title. Then in the body section, we are going to place a navbar. So let's actually create the navbar first. What am I typing? We need to put in the navbar HTML like this. And then over here, we need to simply include this navbar in our code. So include and then navbar HTML. All right. And then we will have our main container, which will have some margin at the top, so it won't stick with the navbar, and it will have some padding on the left and on the right. That's why we are going to use the container class. All right, so let's add it. Container. This will give us the padding on the left and on the right, and then mt3 for the margin top. All right. And then let's define a block over here, block content. And this is going to be our main block where we will define all the content, okay? Then I'm going to get rid of this bootstrap bundle. I'm going to use the option 2. So basically, we have our template ready. We will probably add something to it a little bit later, but for now we can go ahead and save base HTML, and we can now jump into the navbar HTML, okay? So over here, let's add navigation. So this is going to be a nav with a class is equal to, and then navbar, and then navbar dark, and we will set the BG primary, so it will be blue. BG primary, okay? And by the way, we can jump into style CSS, because over here we can also change the background color of the body. So let's place background color, and let's place E8 F4 F8 F8 like this. All right, so I'm going to save this, and now I'm going to return to navbar HTML. Okay, so let's continue. Let's add a container class inside of our navbar. So we will add again some padding on the left and on the right. Okay, and then we will have an href, and here we will have a link to our main page. So we will add it a little bit later. And let's add a class of navbar brand, and this is going to be labeled invoice app. So this is going to be on the left. We will see invoice app like this, and then on the right side we are going to have an href, and this is going to be for adding a new invoice. So again, we will fill the link a little bit later, but for now, let's add a class, and this is going to be a btn outline, and let's add light like this, btn outline light. All right, and then let's just add over here plus new. All right, so let's go ahead and save this. And just for testing purposes, I'm going to add a new template called home HTML. And this one will inherit from base HTML. So let's inherit from base HTML. We can now define all the blocks. So we have block scripts, block title, and block content. So I'm going to place over here, first of all, block scripts, and then block content, and yeah, we also had block title. So block scripts, we won't use it, at least not over here. But the block title, we can place test or hello world, hello world. And over here, let's also write hello world. All right, so let's save this. And I have some settings in Visual Studio Code. Format on save, probably. Format on save. So I'm going to turn it off. And I'm going to try to save it one more time. Block title, block content. Okay, I'm going to save it just to see if now it's working. Yeah, okay, so this was the issue I had, format and save. This is end block title. Sorry about this, guys. And then block content. So, okay, now I'm going to save it one more time. And then I'm going to jump into the views PY of our main project folder. So invoice proj, views, and here we have this return render and the template name. So now we want to place the path to our home HTML. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to place home HTML. All right, let's go ahead and save this. And let's see how this works. And there it is. So this is our template invoice app. We have the navbar, we have the main template ready. And we also see the favorite icon over here at the top. So everything is working, and I think we can finish off over here, and we will continue in the next video. Take care and bye-bye. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this video we are going to create our first class view in order to list all the invoices. Although we have only one invoice, let's add this functionality, let's add this view, and let's also set it as the main view, so later we can add more and more invoices and have them listed out in a nice way on our main page. So in order to get started, I'm going to jump back to Visual Studio Code. And actually, before we proceed, I just want to show you how to pass an object to the template. So over here, as you can see, we have a empty dictionary. So I'm going to maybe I'm not going to pass the query set, but I'm going to pass a single object. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to put it in quotations, and I'm going to assign to obj. So this is the name that we are going to use in the template. So maybe I'm going to put in obj underscore, so just to distinguish between those two. And this is the variable that we are assigning. Okay, so now what we can do is simply save the views py, jump into our home HTML, and next to hello world, for example, we can inject obj.number, for example. So let's save this, let's refresh, and as you can see, we have invoice 1. All right, so basically this is the idea behind it. All right, so now we can proceed and focus on our invoices application. So over here we have a views.py file as well. And by default, each application that we create has its own views.py file. So let's jump inside, and over here we are going to begin from the imports. So from Django views generic, we want to bring in the list view. So as mentioned before, we are going to use class-based views mainly in this tutorial, and class-based views have several advantages over function views. I use both personally, but class-based views I use most of the time for CRUD operations, so create, read, update, delete. this is basically what I use class-based views for. So let's create our class to see how things are done with class-based views, and to be more precise, in class-based views that inherit from list view. So let's create our invoice list view, which inherits from list view. Okay, so now we need to specify the model, and we are going to import the model from modals.py. So from .model, we want to import invoice in modals import invoice, like this. All right, so the model we are now setting to invoice. We can set the template name, but we don't have to actually, because by default it's going to be the name of the model / list. So for example, we can specify that the template name should be let's say invoices, and we are going to create a templates directory in the invoices in just a second, and then main HTML. Okay, so this way we are going to override the default settings, where in the case of list view we are going to have a default template that is invoice list HTML. Okay, so this is the default. Okay, we can test it out in just a second. We can also add, for example, paginate by, and this is something that we will add later when we will add pagination. And by default in list view, we have the object list as our query set. So if we take a look at the views.py file, this is our QS, and we can pass a query set the same way we did with an object. So we can add QS and then QS. Actually, we can now take this, cut it out, create a context variable, and paste it over here. So this way we can see exactly what we are passing, and now we just need to pass in this context variable to the template. And this is how things are done in function views. But in class-based views, by default, we have this set to object list. Okay, so we can use object list inside of our template. If we don't like the name object list, we can set an additional setting called context object name, and we can set it to QS. So this way we can also use QS, like in the way we saw over here. Okay, so yeah, we are not done yet with our invoice list view. However, we can now test if this is actually working. So what I'm going to do first is to create this main HTML. I'm going to head over to invoices, and maybe let's actually create invoice list HTML, and let's comment out the template name. Let's do this first, all right? And let's also maybe forget about the context object name. So again, I'm going to head over to invoices, and over here I'm going to place templates, and then what I'm going to do is to add another folder called invoices. Okay, this way Django won't get confused when we are going to reference a particular template, because if we create invoice list is maybe not a proper example, but if we would create, for example, in each application main HTML, Django would get confused where to look for the right template. So this is why we put invoices, and this is this directory that we are creating, and then main HTML. This way we can have many main HTML files in many of our applications. So invoices, and then we are going to start with the invoice list. Invoice list HTML. So the naming is the model name, underscore list for the list view. All right, so let's inherit with extends from base HTML. Let's add a block title. Let's put in main or home, maybe like this. And then let's add a block content. And here let's use a for loop. And we are going to loop through our object list. So right now we only have one invoice, but we can loop through the object list anyway. And then we are going to display in a bolded font the obj number. Obj number, and then let's add a break line. All right, so right now we have a situation that we have the view, we have the template, however we didn't specify the path, and as mentioned before, we would like to have it as our main path. But for now, our main path is related to the view that we created for educational purposes only, this hello world view. Okay, so currently the main path is over here. And now we would like to store our URLs for our invoices in a separate place, because you can imagine that if we would store in our main URLs py file the roots of all our views throughout the entire project, throughout the all applications, it would get really messy. So the easiest way to handle this is to go to a particular application. So in our case, it's invoices. And here we can create a separate URLs py file. URLs py, okay? And then we are going to include this URLs py file with its own URL patterns in the main URL patterns list. So let's see how this will work. First of all, let's grab our view that we created. So from .views, we want to import the invoice list view, okay? Then let's open up the URL patterns list like this. And also let's specify the app name. So the app name is going to be, in our case, invoices. Invoices like this. And here we also need from Django URLs the path. So from Django URLs import path. Okay, so path, and then we will have the our view as the main path. So we put it like this, and then invoice list view, and with class-based views we need to add as view, and let's also specify the name as main. All right, so I'm going to save this, and now I'm going to include those settings of our URLs py of our invoices application in the main URLs py file. So in order to do this, we need to jump, of course, to the URLs py file, and we need to begin by also importing include. So from Django URLs, we want to import include. Okay, we are going to comment this path, and then below we are going to add another one. We are going to set it as the main one. We are going to use include, and then what we need to do is to specify what we want to include. So in our case, we want to go to invoices URLs py file. This is what we want to include. Okay, so invoices .urls, and then let's add a namespace that should match the app name. So invoices. All right, so this should do the trick. Let's see what is going to be the result. I'm going to save this. I'm going to hit refresh, and there it is. Okay, so we have invoice number 1. And let's finish over here, and let's continue working on our list view in the next video. So take care and bye-bye. Alright guys, welcome back. So in the previous video, we saw how easy it is to create a simple list view. So we needed to define a class, we needed to inherit from list view, and then inside the class, we just needed to indicate the model. So now let's experiment a little bit more with this class. And the first thing is that I'm going to do is just simply to change the name of this template. So I'm just going to put in main HTML. And then I'm going to go to our app, hit refresh, and now we have template does not exist. And here it shows us the path where it was looking for invoice list HTML. So what we can do right now is to bring the template name. So if we do this and save it, and now if we hit refresh, as you can see, everything is working again. Paginate by we will simply do when we will add pagination, so maybe in the next video. And then we have this context object name. So for example, if we go back to main HTML, and over here if we loop through not the object list but the QS, and now if we save this file, hit refresh, as you can see there is no invoice. However, if we go to views py, and then if we bring in context object name, let's refresh, and there it is again. All right. Now we are actually able to loop through QS, but also object list. It really doesn't matter. If we hit refresh, we see the invoice again. So I'm going to put in QS, save this, and yeah, now we can focus on overriding the getQuerySet method, because right now the default is by indicating the model, we have a default query set which is invoice objects all. All right, so this is the default query set. Let's take a look at the admin and let's go to invoices, and over here let's add a new invoice. So I'm going to select the profile, and what will happen? Well, if I select the test user, I will also see over here the invoice of test user, and this is something that we want to avoid. We only want to see the invoices that are referring to the logged in profile. All right, so let's experiment a little bit. I'm going to add a receiver. I'm going to put in maybe a test user invoice 1, something like this. And then I'm going to set the completion, issue, and payment date as today. I'm going to save this. Let's hit refresh. And there it is. So I see my invoice and the test user invoice. So now let's fix this issue by overriding the getQuerySet method. So we need to go back to Visual Studio Code, and let's put in getQuerySet, which takes in self. All right, and now we are going to grab the profile, and we can get the profile, for example, by doing profile, and this will do an auto import. So here is my it got it from C profile. So from profiles.modals, we want to import profile, and this could be profile objects get where the user is equal to the logged in user. So in our case, self request.user, right? And now we just need to return, and we can do it in both ways. Maybe I will show you the more understandable syntax first. So I'm going to create a separate variable, and I'm going to write a query set invoice objects, and then we are going to filter by the profile, and we can also specify that we want to have the order by the created. All right, so in the modals py file we have the created over here. So let's do it like this. All right. So as you can see, we will have the right now we have the oldest invoices at the top, and now we will have, if we change this a little bit, we would have the newest at the top. This is what the minus created does. So just to show you how this would work, I'm going to get rid of filter and put in all. So we get all the invoices, and we filter by the created, and we order by the created. So let me return the QS right now. Let's save this. We don't need the profile right now because we replaced filter with all, but we will change this in just a second. Let's hit refresh, and as you can see, with order by the created, we have the newest invoice at the top and the older one at the bottom. So right now we would like to put back in the filter, and of course over here we need to specify profile is equal to profile like this. And now let's save this. Let's hit refresh, and as you can see, we only have one invoice. So this is one way you can do it. You can also get the profile with the use of get object or 404. So you can bring it in from shortcuts, get object or 404. So I'm going to comment this out, and let's write profile is equal to, and then get object or 404. We need to pass in the profile, the modal, so in our case the profile, and then just specify that the user is equal to self request dot user. So this is how we are grabbing a particular profile by the user field, assigning self request dot user. And this will also work. So I'm going to save this, going to hit refresh, and there it is. Also, we can change this QS. So we can, instead of returning QS, we can return super and then get query set, and then perform on this filter and assign profile to profile, and then order by created. So you can use this syntax as well. I'm going to comment this out, and let's go ahead and save this and see if this works. And there it is, as you can see. All right, so let's maybe add another invoice. So I'm going to put in, this time, my user. The receiver is the test receiver, of course. I'm going to put in invoice 2. Today. I'm going to hit save, refresh, and as you can see, everything is working. In total, we have 3 invoices, but we are logged in through our Django administration as our super user, and this way we only see 2 invoices by the profile. So we are getting the query set with the filtering by the profile and ordering it by the created date. So actually minus created date. So we have the newest post at the top and the older ones at the bottom. All right, guys. So I think we can finish off over here, and yeah, hope to see you in the next one. Take care and bye-bye. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this one, we are going to create a form view in order to create new invoices from a separate page. So to be more precise, whenever we click the new button, we will be taken to a page where we will have a form just like the one that, or very similar to the one that we saw in the Django admin. And from here, we are going to be able to create new invoices. So in order to get started, we'll need to do a few things. First of all, maybe let's create a class, and we will call this class an invoice form view, which will inherit from form view. So we need to do an import from Django views generic. Let's import form view. Okay, and now we can inherit from form view. All right, so what I'm going to do over here is to define a form class. We don't have it yet. We need to create it. Then what we need to do next is to specify a template name, and we will also create our template for this particular view. Then we will need the get success URL method, because we would like to be redirected to a particular path. Or maybe before we actually even start talking about the get success URL, maybe we can add success URL over here. Okay, so let's add success URL. So this is very important for the form view. So whenever we submit the form successfully, where are we going to be taken? All right, so this is it. And then we will have the form valid method, which takes in self and the form. Okay, and over here we are going to add some logic, and then we are going to return super and then form valid, and we will simply pass the form. All right, so the form that we are going to be using, sorry, let me correct this method over here, form valid. The form that we are going to be using and passing to this form valid will come from the form class. So right now, let's actually create a form, all right, before we move forward. So in the invoices application, I'm going to create a forms py file, and over here I'm going to do some imports. First of all, from Django, we want to import forms. And then from .modals, we want to import our invoice, because we will create a form based on our model. So to be more precise, we are going to define a class, which I'm going to call invoice form. And this will inherit from forms.model form. And in order to proceed, we are going to indicate what model we are referring to with the use of class meta. So here I'm going to indicate the invoice, and below I'm going to select the fields. I can do it like this. So right now I have a tuple where I'm going to pass in the field. So it is going to be the receiver field first. Then I'm going to have the number. So notice I'm not selecting the profile, because the profile should be added automatically. All right, so I have the receiver, the number, then I'm going to have the completion date and the issue date and the payment date. Okay, so maybe let's add it like this. So those are our fields, and for now this should be enough. We can actually bring in our invoice form to the views.py file. So let's do it very quickly. At the top, from .forms, we want to import the invoice form, and let's assign it over here, invoice form. Okay, so the template name, let's add as maybe invoices. So we need to specify not only the template name, but actually the template path. Okay, so invoices, and then maybe let's just put in create HTML. All right, so in our templates invoices directory, we are going to create a new file called create HTML. All right, so what I'm going to do here is to begin by inheriting from base HTML. Then I'm going to have a block title. Here I'm going to put in create. Then I'm going to have a block content. And over here, let's just display the form just like this. We will later do some additional stuff to this form, but for now, let's just put it as it is. So right now we have the template, and we can actually go to the urls.py file in order to register this view. So let's bring in our view, which was called invoice form view. All right. And let's define a new path. Maybe let's do it like this. So it will be under new, and then invoice form view as view, and let's give it a name, create. Okay, and now with the name, we can actually do something pretty cool, because in the success URL, what we are going to do is to define that we, after submitting the form, we want to return to the main page. So this is the first scenario that we are going to test out in this invoice form view. So we need to head over to the invoices application to the main view, and I'll show you how it's done. So over here, success in URL, we just need to put in reverse, and then sorry, not reverse. Reverse is if we would use the get success URL. If we are using it directly in a class, we need to use reverse lazy. All right, so here let's put in the success URL invoices, and then the path was main. Okay, so this is basically it, and now let's focus on the logic, or if we are so good in names, let's also add a URL in our navbar. So let me just head over to the navbar. Okay, and over here, let's add a URL. So URL, and the app name is invoices. And what was the name that we have given? Let me double check. Create. Okay, so we want to be taken to the create. All right. Invoices create, just like this. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this. And actually, we can copy this and we can place it over here, but we will change the create to main. So whenever we click on the invoice app, we will be taken to the main page. All right. So now we can go back to our invoices views.py file and focus on adding the logic. So as mentioned before, we didn't specify in the forms.py the profile, because this should be added automatically. So we need to actually get the profile first, and profile is going to be equal to profile objects get, where the user is equal not request.user but self request.user. Okay, now that we have the profile, we can create a variable called instance, and assign to it form, save, and then pass in commit is equal to false. So right now we are telling Django to not save the form, because we will add some additional logic to it. All right, so as the next step, we can assign the instance profile to the profile. So to instance profile, which is a representation of the model, we can assign this profile, and I'll show you how it's done. Instance.profile, is equal to profile. Okay, so we have a model form. So this is some kind of a representation of the model, and now we have in our model we have a profile field. So we are assigning to the instance that will get created from this invoice form view the profile that we got from over here. And now we can proceed and write instance save or form save. Let's just put in form save. Okay, and basically this is it. So let's see if this actually works. I'm going to save this. I'm going to go to new. Okay, we have reverse for create not found. Create is not a valid view function or pattern name. So let's take a look at the URLs, and we didn't save the URLs py file. So this is the problem. And now let's try this one more time. Let's hit refresh. All right, let's go to new. And here it is. Here is our form. So it doesn't look very beautiful. We can't submit it yet, so we actually can't test if this get success URL will actually work. But if we do some adjustments before installing Django Crispy Form package, which will make our form look very nice, very beautiful, we can go to our create HTML, and here we can add as p, so as paragraph. So this will be the first improvement. And now this is looking pretty good. And then we can add a form. We can add a submit button over here. So let's add a button type is equal to submit. Let's add a class equal to btn primary. So we will have a blue button primary like this. All right. So this is going to be a post request. So let's also add a CSRF token. All right. And yeah, we can also specify that we will have the method equal to post. And let's see, let's also put in the action equal to blank. So it will refer to the same view. And now let's just organize it a little bit better. Let's save this and let's see how this works. So I'm going to select the receiver. I'm going to put in some number, invoice from view 1. Here we have a problem with the date. So I'm going to try to put something like this and save. And there it is. So we have our invoice from view. Everything is working. So if we go to the admin, invoices, we have our fourth invoice, and this is the invoice from view. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this video, let's make this form look a little bit nicer by installing and using Django Crispy Forms. We will also add a calendar to the dates that we see over here. So to our completion date, to our issue date, and to our payment date. So in order to get started, let's jump into the Django Crispy Forms official documentation. Let's head over to the installation, and I'm going to use this pip install Django Crispy Forms. Let me copy this, and then I'm going to head over to the terminal. We have a development server running, so let me just quit it, and then I'm going to paste the comments. All right, and as the next step, we need to add Crispy Forms to the installed apps list. So I'm going to copy this, and then let's jump into the main project folder to the settings py file, and in the third party section, let's add Crispy Forms. Okay, but we are not done just yet. We also need to provide information about the template pack. So I don't know if Bootstrap 5 is available. We are going to try this with Bootstrap 4 if it will work. So let's just copy this, and below the installed apps, let's paste this crispy template pack and change it to Bootstrap 4, just like this. All right, so now we can save this and we can head over to the create HTML. Over here, in order for us to use crispy forms, we need to load crispy forms tags. So below the extents, let's load crispy forms, load crispy forms tags, like this. All right, so load crispy forms tags, and now we can apply the crispy filter. So I'm going to delete the as paragraph, and then I'm going to apply the crispy filter, just like this. All right, let's save this, and let's hit refresh. Okay, so we need to, of course, run the development server, Python manage py run server. All right. And there it is. So this is looking a lot nicer. However, there still is a problem with the dates. So we don't see any calendar over here. And maybe let's apply some margin. So let's do it very quickly. To the button class, let's add margin top 3, just like this. All right. And now we can save this. And this looks better. So right now we need to take care of the forms, and to be more precise, the fields. Okay, the completion date field, the issue date field, and the payment date field. So in order to do this, let's jump to the forms.py file and let's add some widgets to the fields that we declared over here. Okay, defined. So the first one is going to be completion date, and this is going to be a forms date field like this. And here we are going to set a widget, and we are going to set it to forms date input, and then we are going to set attributes, so attrs, and we are interested in the type date like this. All right, so this is basically it, and we can copy this and paste it 2 times, 1 and 2. Okay, so here let's grab the issue date and then the payment date. Okay, so let's see if this will work. I'm going to save this, hit refresh, and as you can see, we have a calendar right now. So everything is working, and let's add another invoice. So this is going to be invoice from view 2, and now we can use the calendar to set some dates. Let's just pick some random ones. Let's press save, and here is our invoice. All right, guys, so let's finish over here and see you in the next one. All right, guys, welcome back. So in this one, let's do some experiments with the form. Let's try to change the names of the fields, and also let's add some validation for the number, because right now if we select the test receiver, if we say that the number is 1, maybe 1 is a too short number, and just for testing purposes, let's do it like this, and then we can select any date, and let's simply save. And as you can see, this went through. So in a second, we will create a new invoice, but with some changes applied. So first of all, let's try to add some validation for the number field. So the syntax is very clear. We need to provide a method with the name clean and then the field that we want to reference. So in our case, this is going to be the number. So we want to clean the number, and then this takes in self, and then we can set a variable called number is equal to self cleaned data get. So this is what we are getting from the form, and then we can simply check if the length of the number is, for example, smaller than 10. In this case, we want to raise a validation error. So I'm going to import it manually from Django core exceptions, import validation error. All right. And here we can raise this validation error, and let's simply write number is too short. Okay, so this is it, and then we are going to return the number otherwise. So let's try it out. I'm going to save this, then let's hit refresh. I'm going to put in some number, I'm going to select some dates, and I'm going to try to save this form. And as you can see, now we have a validation that the number is too short. So this is working. And as the next test and as the next experiment, let's try to change some labels on our form. So the ones that are very easy to change are the ones not defined over here. So for example, we can try to reference the number or the receiver by simply adding a dictionary in the class meta, and we can select we can reference the receiver, for example, and assign to the receiver for example test1, and then the number can be, for example, test2. Okay, so okay, I forgot a comma over here, and now let's hit refresh, and as you can see, we have test1 and test2. So this is pretty simple. However, this won't work on the dates. If we do it like this and put in test3 over here, and I need to add a comma, and as you can see, nothing happened. So in this particular example, in order to change the labels, we need to reference a particular definition of our field. Next to the widget, let's place label, and here let's put in test3. Now let's go ahead and let me just add an L. Okay, label, and then test3, and let's refresh. Okay, something okay, so this is the old issue. I saved it before adding L, and then I saved it again. So I'm just going to restart the development server, Python manage py run server, and I'm going to refresh again. All right, and now everything is working. All right, guys, so before we move on, let's actually delete the labels or comment it out. Okay, and then I'm going to delete the label from over here. I'm going to save this, and I'm going to return to the views.py file, and over here what I'm going to do next is to head over to our import from Django views generic, and I'm going to bring in template view, and this is going to be, as the name suggests, a template view as a temporary solution, which is going to be replaced later on with a view that will add positions to our invoice. For now, I want the invoice form view whenever I submit it with success to take me to a particular invoice page where I will be later on able to add positions to the invoice. So as mentioned before, for now it's going to be a simple template view. So let's put in simple template view, and this inherits from template view. And let's put in template name, and this is going to be invoices, and then let's say simple template HTML. All right, so let's create this simple template HTML very quickly. I'm going to save the invoices, and then let's jump to templates invoices directory, and here let's put in simple template, okay, HTML, and this will inherit from base HTML, and let's add a block title and a block content. Block content. Okay, so I'm going to put in hello maybe, and here maybe hello world. All right, let's save this, and then let's go to the URLs PY, and over here let's bring in our simple template view, and let's define a new path. So this is going to be a path with the primary key of the invoice. So I'm going to put in PK, and then I'm going to use this simple template view as view, and I'm going to provide the name simple template. All right, so let's go ahead and save this, and right now we need to figure a way how to get from our form view to the simple template view. So we will need the primary key of the invoice that is going to be created. So we can create a variable for the invoice that is going to be created, and it's created over here in the form valid. So I'm going to name it maybe I as invoice, and then instance, and initially it is going to be none. And then over here what will happen is that I'm going to reference self I instance, and I'm going to assign to it the instance. All right, so now over here we have the invoice created, and then we have this I instance updated. Now I can comment out the success URL, and I can create or override the success URL with the get success URL, which takes in self, and right now we can return reverse. So before, as mentioned, we had to use reverse lazy because we were using the URL, the success URL, directly in a class, and now we are using it in the method. So in order to do this, we have to use reverse. So let's put in reverse, and then over here we basically need to reference our new view that we created. So invoices, and then it was simple template, I think. But then we are also expecting a keyword argument in the URL, which is primary key. All right, so we need to pass it. So quarks is equal to, and then we are going to set the primary key to the self I instance primary key. All right, so basically this is it. This should work. So what is going on, just to recap very shortly, we have initially set I instance to none. Over here, we create a invoice instance. We update our I instance with the instance that is created. And then we have this get success URL, which basically takes us to a new place, or the old place if we want. In this case, we are using reverse because we are in a method and we are providing informations where do we want to go. So we want to go to the invoices, to the simple template, which expects also a primary key in the keyword arguments. So we take this I instance pk and assign it over here. So yeah, let's try it out. I'm going to save this. I'm going to refresh test receiver. Now we need to provide a little bit longer number. So I'm going to put in maybe, I don't know which number is it, 3 maybe. And then let's put in some dates. Let's press save. And to be honest, guys, I didn't expect this error, and I never had this error. But we have here audio p. So maybe, yeah, here is the issue. Okay, so with the stupid auto imports, let's fix this. We want to right now bring the reverse from not even Django shortcuts, but from Django URLs, I think. Import reverse, yes. All right, so this should fix the problem. So let me save this. Let's hit refresh and let's add a new invoice from view. Let's say 5, and let's put some dates. And let's save. And as you can see, we are now taken to the hello world, and over here we have the primary key of 8. So this is working. And yeah, before we move on, let's actually, we skipped the number 4, by the way. That really doesn't matter. But in the next video, let's add pagination over here, okay? And maybe also let's put those invoices in some nice looking cards. So this is something that we will do in the next video. So hope to see you guys over there. Alright guys, so in this one, let's do some styling and let's add the pagination to our homepage. In order to get started, of course, we need to go to our Visual Studio Code, to the main HTML, and over here we have a for loop. So what I'm going to do first is actually to check if there is a query set. Okay, so I'm going to add an if qs, and if this is the case, we are going to perform this for loop. All right, and in other case, what we are going to do is to simply display maybe in the h3 tag that there are no invoices. So no invoices created, something like this. Okay, then let's focus on the for loop itself. Let's remove everything and let's add a div with a class equal to, and then card, then mb2, so this is going to be margin bottom 2, and then let's apply the style where we will set the width to 100%. Okay, so let's over here close this card, and then let's open inside of this div card another div with a class equal to card body, and then let's close it below. All right, so first of all, in h5 tag, we are going to have a card title. So let's add a class equal to card title. Okay, and then we will have the obj number and maybe the obj receiver name. So this is the first thing that we are going to display, and let's see how this actually looks like. So I'm going to simply save this part over here, and then I'm going to hit refresh, and there it is. So this is looking much better in my opinion. Then we will put in maybe the completion date. All right, so below the h5, let's add a div, and let's put in a class equal to cart text. Let's close it over here, and this is going to be the obj completion date. Obj completion date. All right, also maybe it's worth putting out what was the amount. So let's put a div class equal to, and maybe let's do it in text muted. Let's close off the div, and inside let's place obj amount, or total amount, I think, total amount, like this. All right, so as the next step, let's add some buttons. So we will have a div with those buttons, a dedicated div for the buttons, and let's add a margin top, maybe 2, and let's close off the div. Inside we will have, as mentioned before, 2 buttons, but one will appear if a certain condition is met. So if we don't have our invoice closed, we will be able to update it. Okay, otherwise we won't see the update button. So for now, let's put both buttons, and this is going to be a href. Maybe let's do it like this, href. Let's just put a hashtag. Later we will change this, of course, and let's add a blue button first. So this is going to be btn and then btn primary, and this is going to be for just looking for the details. So let's close it off and let's put in details. Okay, and then I'm just going to copy this, and below I'm going to place btn, maybe with a class info, and this is going to be for the update. Later we will add a condition over here. Just let's do it in a simple way for first, and then we will change this. So let's see how this looks like. Okay, so here we have the amount. Maybe let's add a $sign in front. So now let's refresh. Okay, so we have the completion date and the amount. We can also maybe add some text in front. Completion date is the completion date, and the amount is the amount. Let's save this, and there it is. All right, so this is it. We can now proceed and go to the pagination. So we need to just type in Google pagination bootstrap 5, and then I'm going to use the disabled and active states. I'm just going to copy this part, and I'm going to begin with a check. If is paginated. Okay, so if is paginated, and I don't need the else, and then I'm going to simply paste this pagination over here. So first of all, before we actually move on, just so we don't forget, let's go to the views py file, and here we have this option paginate by. So I'm going to bring it back in, and I'm going to set it to 2. This way we are paginating by 2 items, by 2 elements. Okay, so we will see 2 invoices on each page. Okay, so now we can go back and we can work a little bit more on our pagination. So where was it? Main HTML. And here I'm going to begin with maybe putting in the aria label just invoice pagination, and then we'll have the UL class pagination, and here we have the elements beginning with the previous button. So we need to head over to the class of the list item, and over here we have disabled. So this disabled should be used only if a certain condition is met. So let's write this condition. So we want to put in if, and then page underscore obj has previous. Okay, so if this is true, then we want to do something, or in our case we actually don't want to do anything, so we can go to else, and then we have this disabled. So here we can put in and if. Okay, and if, like this. Okay, so this is the first thing. Then we need to go to the next line, and over here we have to perform another if check. So if, and then we have to reference the page obj has previous. So again, this part. So if this is the case, then we want to have href, and in other case we just forget about the href. So if this is the case, we will have an href to the previous page. So let's put it in. Href a, and here just ref is equal to, and then question mark, and then page equal sign, and over here we are going to inject the page obj, and then the previous page number, previous page number. All right, and then we have the end if over here. So this is for the previous page. Next, let me just do it like this. Next, we have our numbers. So probably you know what to do over here. We need some kind of a for loop. So what I'm going to do is to place a for loop, of course. So for, and then I in paginator page range. Okay, so this all comes from our class view once we added the paginated by. And then we just need this particular element. The rest we can delete. And we, of course, need to do some adjustments over here. So let me just get rid of these two. All right. And yeah, again, we need to go to the list element class. And over here, we need to do another condition check. So let's check if obj, sorry, page obj number is equal to I, and in this case we want to put in the active class, and then we can simply in other case add just simple and if. Okay, so if page obj number, which is the current page, is equal to I, okay, then we are adding the active class. All right, So let's add this below. Okay, let's reorganize this like this. And over here, we just need to fill out the ref. So let's do it very quickly. Ref, again, page, and here again we need to inject something, and to be more precise we need to inject I, and instead of 1 we want to display I. Okay, so this should work. We will find out soon, and we still need to do something for the next. So here I'm going to actually copy this part. I'm going to copy it and place it over here. But of course, we need to add some adjustments. Instead of has previous, we need to put in has next. All right. And then over here, we will also copy this part. We can grab the entire if. All right. And instead of has previous, we will take the has next. And then over here, page obj, instead of previous page number, we want to add next page number. Next page number, like this. So hopefully everything will work. We don't need the graph over here and over here. So yeah, let's see if this will be enough. I'm going to save this, and then let's go over here, and here is our pagination. Can we paginate? Indeed, everything is working. So yeah, now we have it disabled, and then if we go to the first page, this is disabled. Okay, so everything is working, and this looks pretty nice. So we have the pagination ready, and yeah, we can finish off over here. Hope to see you guys in the next one. Take care and bye bye. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this one, let's add the URL for the details button. So whenever we click on it, we will be able to go to the detail page. And this detail page for now is a simple template view. And let's change it to a detail view just for educational purposes. Later we will do this view, prepare this view in just a little bit different way. So let's get started. I'm back at the views.py file in the invoices application, and first of all I'm going to copy this simple template view, and I'm going to comment it out, and then over here I'm going to paste it, and I'm going to keep the template. I'm going to add a modal and set it to invoice, and then I'm going to replace the template view with the detail view. Okay, and having this configuration, just let me replace the template view very quickly, and having this configuration, we can now access the object. So how this will work: if we go to the simple template HTML, we can now go over here and, for example, access the object primary key, and then object, for example, number. Okay, so we can see the primary key of a particular object and the object number. So I'm going to save this, but we are not done yet. We need to go to our main HTML, find the proper button. So we want to go to the details. So let's see, what is the URL? It's a simple template, and it expects a primary key. Okay, so I'm going to head over to the main HTML, and over here we need to find the proper button. So in our case, this is this one, and the details. Okay, and yeah, let's add a URL over here. So URL, and then we want to go to invoices, and then simple template. I think that was the name, simple template. And we also expect a primary key. So over here we need to pass in the primary key. So we are in a for loop, so we have access to a particular object with the obj variable, and we just need to access the primary key. So this should do the trick. Let's find out. I'm going to save this and let's hit refresh. So there it is. Okay, so we have invoice from view 5. All right, and the pagination still works. Everything is looking very good. So this is one update that I wanted to do, and we will continue working on our application in the next video. Take care and bye-bye. All right, guys, so before we actually prepare our proper detail view, so this particular one, let's focus on the update. So whenever we click on the update, we will be able to edit some details of our invoice. So in order to do that, let's head over back to our application invoices, to the views.py file, and let's bring in the update view. So we are importing update view from Django views generic, and maybe somewhere over here, let's define a new class, invoice update view, which inherits from update view. So again, what we need to do over here is to define the model first. So the model is going to be, of course, the invoice. Then let's set the template name, and this is going to be invoices, and I'm just going to put in update HTML. So we need to create this template in a second. And then let's also provide the form class, and this is going to be the invoice form. And of course, let's also provide the success URL. And here we will have reverse lazy, and maybe let's return to the main page once we are done. So let's just put in reverse lazy and invoices, and then let's take a look at our URLs. So app name is invoices, and then we want to go to the main page, and the name of the main page is main. So let's provide main. Okay, then let's write the form valid method below, and this will take in self and the form. And over here, we are going to simply save the form, so we can write form save, but maybe we would like to pass a message to the main page with a confirmation that we have successfully updated something. All right, so in order to do this, let's actually bring in the messages. So we need to go to the top, and from Django contrib, we want to import messages. Okay, so now below the form save, we can add a message, and if we assign the form save to a variable, which we will call instance, we can now add a message with a f string. But first we need to pass in the request, and to be more precise, self request, and then we can add an f string, and we can put in successfully updated invoice, and then over here we can inject the invoice number, for example, invoice number. Okay, instance, sorry, instance number. All right, sorry about this, guys. And then we can return super form valid, and then we just need to pass in the form. All right, so as the next step, let's actually maybe register this view, and as the next step, then we are going to work on our update HTML. So going to the URLs py file, let's bring in the update invoice update view. There it is. And then I'm going to copy this, and below I'm going to add a new path with the update after the primary key. Update, okay, and this is going to be the invoice update view, and let's call this just update. All right, so now we can, okay, there's an error, and here we have a dot instead of a comma. Sorry about this, guys. And now we can go to invoices, templates, invoices, and over here we just need to create the update HTML. And this is going to be a pretty simple template. So let's begin by inheriting from base HTML from our main template. Then we will have the block title. So I'm just going to put in update. And in the block content, we will have a form, the update form to be more precise. Block content, let's add this form. Form action is equal to blank. The method is equal to post. Let's close off the form. Let's add the CSRF token, and then let's add the form. Okay, we want to use the crispy forms for having our template look nicer, so we need to load crispy forms tags. Load crispy forms tags, and now we can apply the crispy filter. Crispy, like this. And there is one still thing missing, and the missing thing is the submit button. So let's add a button, and this is going to be the type equal to submit. Let's add a class equal to, and then btn primary, and let's add a margin top 3 or maybe 2, and then let's close off the button. Let's put in update, and yeah, let's save this. And now let's add this template, let's add this view so we can access it from the main page. So we need to take care of this particular button. So over here, let's put in the URL, invoices, and then update, like this. However, we need to remember to pass in the primary key, because if we take a look at the path in the URLs py, it accepts the primary key, okay? So we need to give the primary key. And this is exactly what we are doing over here. We are going to the update, but we are also not forgetting about the primary key. So let's save this and let's see if this actually works. So maybe I need to refresh the page, update, and there it is. Okay, so here we can actually update our invoice, but for the messages to be displayed, we actually need to go to our main page and add a little bit of code. So let's do this very quickly. So in our main HTML, at the top of the block content, let's add another if check. And then I'm going to write if messages. And if this is the case, then actually we can get rid of this else statement. And if this is the case, we will have a for loop, and we will loop for message in messages. Okay. And then below, what we are going to do is to check if the message tag is equal to info, because in the views.py file, in our invoice update view, we set a message info, all right? So over here, we will check if the message tag is equal to info. So if message tag, actually it's tags, is equal to info, and if this is the case, we are going to put in a div with some bootstrap classes. So div class is equal to alert primary, and maybe also let's add some margin at the top, margin top 2. Let's close off the div and let's pass in the message. All right, so I'm going to save this and I'm going to hit refresh just to test things out, and then I'm going to put here 555. I'm going to press update, and we have successfully updated invoice from view 555. Okay, so this doesn't look too good, to be honest. And okay, we have, probably is because of this alert class, which isn't alert, it's alert. So I'm going to add a T, and then I'm going to try this one more time. 55555 update, and this is looking much better. Okay guys, so I think we can finish this video over here, and we will continue working on our application in the next one. Take care and bye bye. Alright guys, welcome back. So before we actually move further with our class views for this application, I would like to add 2 or 3 actually additional fields. And for those fields, since they are going to be image fields, we need to have some pictures. So I'm at pixabay.com and I typed avatar. So I'm going to select avatar and I'm going to grab this one. And I'm going to simply download it. And the same thing I'm going to do for company logo. So I'm just going to, as the default, set maybe this X. I typed in forbidden, I think. So I'm just going to download this. Okay. And I'm going to stop the development server from running. And I'm going to install Pillow, pip install Pillow. Okay. So let's wait a few seconds. And we can actually go to our Visual Studio Code and we can open up the profiles application folder. Let's head over to the modals, and we are going to add to the profile the avatar and the company logo. So let's add the avatar, and this is going to be equal to modals image field, and let's set the default to avatar PNG, or maybe let's add images folder inside the media folder, and we will have images avatar PNG. All right, so this will be the avatar, and then let's do the same thing for the company logo. Okay, so we have avatar, and the company logo will be called no photo as the default. So we have avatar image field, company logo image field. The default one is in the images directory of the media file, and it's called avatar PNG. And over here we will have no photo PNG. Perfect. So yeah, as the next step, let's copy the avatar and let's save the profiles application, and let's go to the receivers. So the receivers application modals py, and here we will have the logo, and this is going to be I copied the wrong one, so no photo. This is going to be no photo. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this, and let's go to the terminal and let's do the migrations. Python manage py make migrations. Okay, and Python manage py migrate, and then Python manage py run server. So now let's see what will happen in the Django administration. If we go to the profiles, let's go to the test user, and here we have a default avatar. And if we click on it, we have that this avatar isn't found. So here is the path: source, media, images, avatar PNG. So we need to provide this avatar PNG to this directory. So I'm going to open our invoice NV. I'm going to go to source, and then I'm going to find the media folder. And here I'm going to create a new one called images. And then I'm going to grab those two graphics and change this one to no photo, no photo, and this one to avatar. So we have no photo PNG and avatar PNG. So now if I go back and press this one more time, we have the avatar, and here we should have no photo, and there it is. Okay, so I think we can finish this video over here, and we will see each other in the next one. Take care and bye bye. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this one we are going to create a proper view for the details, and it's going to be actually a form view because from this place we will be able to add positions. So in order to get started, let's go back to Visual Studio Code, and I forgot to delete some comments in the previous video, so I'm going to do it right now. We had comments what to add in the profiles and in the receivers, so let's do this very quickly. Okay, let's save it, and now we can go back to our invoices application, to the views.py file, and yeah, somewhere maybe above the invoice update view and below the simple template view, let's add a new one, and let's call this add positions, and this is going to be a form view which inherits from the form view. All right, so we will need a form class, and we'll give it a template name. So we can set the template name right now, and this is going to be the path to invoices, and then maybe let's call this just detail HTML. So detail HTML, detail create HTML, doesn't really matter. I'm going to leave it as detail HTML. Okay, so yeah, as the next step, we can focus on the form. So let's go to the positions application, and over here, let's create a new file called forms.py. Okay, and we will begin from the imports. So from Django, we want to bring in forms. So from Django, import forms, and from .modals, we want to import the position modal. Perfect. As the next step, let's set a class, and let's call it position form, which inherits from forms.modal form. All right. And here I made a mistake. Import forms. Okay. Let's add a class meta. And with the class meta, let's indicate that the modal is going to be the position modal. And then we need to describe the fields for this form. So let's go to the modals, and let's say that we would like to have the title, the description, and the amount. The created will be added automatically, and yeah, invoice we will set it also automatically or programmatically in our form valid method. So we just need the title, the description, and the amount. So let's pass in the title. the description, and the amount. Okay, so we have the position form ready. We can now proceed, return to our views.py file. Let's go to the top and maybe somewhere over here. Let's do an import from positions forms. We want to import the position form. All right, so as the next step, we can actually set the form class. Where is that? Here it is. Form class to position form. All right, so as mentioned before, we are going to have a form valid method. So let's write it down. Form valid. This takes in self and form. And over here, we will focus on grabbing the invoice primary key. So we will get it from the keyword arguments, self quarks get and the pk. All right, so we are grabbing this primary key. So we will simply adjust the URLs, but we are focusing on grabbing the primary key of our invoice. So this is the invoice primary key. And knowing the invoice primary key, we can get the invoice object. So we can write a variable obj is equal to invoice, and then objects get, where the pk is equal to the invoice pk. And now we can set an instance. So we will assign to the instance form save with the commit is equal to false, like this. And now we can assign the instance invoice. So our invoice, so in the positions, if we go to the modals py, the instance invoice, okay, because we are dealing with a modal form, which is the position form. And right now we can assign this invoice to this invoice field, the invoice that we just got from over here with the use of the invoice pk. So let's do it. Instance invoice is equal to, and then we will have the obj. All right, obj, just like this. All right, so yeah, we can maybe name this invoice obj, so it's a little bit more clearer. So having this, we can now save the form, and then we can also add the messages with a type info. So we need to pass in self request, and then the type of the message itself. So with the use of f-string, I'm going to put in successfully added position, and this is going to be the instance title. All right, so we will have the title of the position that is created. Okay, so finally we just need to return and then super form valid, and we need to pass in the form. All right, so we have the form valid method ready. However, we would like to display the positions. So in class-based views, we have a dedicated method for passing something to the template, and this method is called getContextData. GetContextData. Okay, this will take in self and keyword args, and then I'm going to set the context equal to super get context data. I will pass in the keyword arguments, and now we can focus on what do we want to pass to the template. At the end we will return context, and in between we can now set the logic. So I'm going to grab the obj, the invoice obj. So let me call it invoice obj is equal to invoice objects get, and then we will have the primary key equal to self quarks get pk. All right, so having this, we can now create a query set of positions. So query set of positions will be this invoice obj assigned to invoice obj dot positions. This will give us all the positions of a particular invoice, because if we go to the modals py file, we have this property positions where we are returning the particular invoice position set all. So basically we are grabbing with the reverse relationship all the positions related to a particular invoice. So this is basically it, but in order to use this in the template, we're not done yet. We now need to access context, and we can for example, set first of all the invoice obj. So I'm just going to name it obj, and this is going to be assigned to invoice obj like this. And now let's also do the same thing for the query set, and this should do the trick. So now we are passing to our template, which we need to create, detail HTML, the invoice obj, and the query set. All right, so I think we are done with this particular class view. We created two methods, form valid and get context data. And yeah, actually there's one thing missing, the success URL, which in our case will be overridden with the get success URL, because once we submit the form, we want to stay on the same page. We don't want to move to any other place. So I'm going to write success, get success URL, and this will take in self. And then we just need to return self request path. Okay, so now I think we are done. We didn't forget about anything, and soon we will find out if this actually works or if there is a typo somewhere. But before we finish this video, let's register this let's first of all save it, save the views.py file, and let's register this view in the urls.py file. And in the next one, we will work on our detail HTML. So going to the urls.py, we now need to bring in our add positions form view. Okay, and actually I'm going to simply copy this particular path with the simple template view. I'm going to comment it out, and I'm going to paste it below. And this time I'm going to replace add positions form view with the I'm going to replace the simple template view with the add position form view, and I'm going to change the name to, for example, detail. Okay, and then I'm going to search if I used the simple template name across the project. So I'm going to press Command Shift F and simple template. So where did we use it? We used it in the URLs. This is fine. We used it in the views. So here we have the invoice form view. So let's change it now to detail. Okay. Let's save this, and then over here we also have simple templates. So now let's change this to detail as well, and maybe we can create this detail HTML very quickly in the templates invoices of the invoices application. Let's inherit from base HTML, and then let's add a block title. Let's put here maybe detail page or something like this, and then the block content, and let's just pass in the obj just let's confirm, how did we set the context name? Obj. Okay, so let's return the obj, for example, Completion date. Let's see if this works or not. Let's save it, and then let's go to the details, and there it is. Okay, so everything seems to be working, and we will continue coding this template in the next video. So see you guys over there. Alright guys, so let's create this detail page where we will be able to add positions, also maybe remove the positions. We will also be able to close a particular invoice so it won't be editable anymore. And yeah, maybe we will also have a PDF button for generating a PDF of our invoice with all the positions. So yeah, in order to get started, let's jump back in the Visual Studio Code. Let's go to the detail HTML, which is in the invoices application in the templates invoices directory. So what I'm going to do over here is to get rid of this obj completion date. This was added only for testing purposes. And I'm going to begin by bringing the messages. So the messages were added in our main HTML. I'm just going to copy them and bring them to the detail HTML. This is exactly what we need. Then what I'm going to do is to add a div with a class equal to margin top 3, and I'm going to close it off. Inside of this div, I'm going to add a h5, and first I'm going to indicate the receiver. So this is going to be the obj receiver name. All right. So first of all, we are displaying who is the receiver. Then let's add a horizontal line, and below let's add a h3, and here let's add the positions header. All right. And then we will have a if check. If QS, which we pass to the template, and this QS consists of all the positions that are related to a particular invoice, then we are going to bring in the table. In other case, we are just going to display an H5 with a notification or information that no positions are added. No positions added. Something like this. All right. So now we can jump to getbootstrap.com version 5, and let's copy the first table. So I'm just going to click the copy button and place it over here. Okay, so this is what we want to work on, the table. First of all, let's focus on setting the headers of our columns. So right now we have 4, and I'm going to copy the last one and paste it below because we actually need 5. So first of all, we will have the hashtag, this is all right. Then we will have the title. Next, we will have the description, the amount, and the delete. Okay. So those are the 5 columns. And now in the tbody section, we will create a for loop. Okay. So we are going to write a for loop for item in our query set. Okay. We are going to display a table row. So I'm just going to grab this table row, place it inside, going to fix the indentation issues, and then I'm going to remove those 2 other table rows. We don't need it. We don't need them since we are in a for loop. And I'm going to fix the indentation issue with the table. And now everything is looking pretty good. So we just need to focus on filling the table row and yeah, the table data that we see over here. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to add some styling to this table row. So I'm going to add style is equal to, and then vertical align, and I'm going to set it to middle, vertical align middle, like this. And then in the th row, I'm going to add a for loop counter. For loop counter. So this will count all the positions. Okay, so we will have in the right order of displaying. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. Then we will have the item title. So we are now over here. Then we will have the item description. Item description. And we will have the item amount. Item amount, like this. And let's add a $sign in the front. Okay. And then we will have a button only if the invoice isn't closed. So I'm going to write an if check. If not obj closed, like this. So only then we are going to display the button for simply removing the invoice. Okay, so here I'm now going to add a td, and let's add this button. So this is going to be href, and for now I'm going to set it to hash, and we will have a red button. So let's add a class equal to btn danger. Okay, and I'm just going to place inside a x. Okay, so this is basically our table, and below the table what we would like to do is to add the total amount. So over here let's add another div class equal to margin top 2, and we would like to add text end, so it will be on the right side. Let's close off the div, and here in maybe h2 let's add total amount, and let's add a $sign in the front, and let's type obj total amount, and let's close off the h2. All right, so this is it for the table, and let's see if this actually looks the way it should. So I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to go to the invoice application, and for now we see that there are no positions added. So I think we didn't add any position. Oh, here we have some positions. Okay, so let's go to this one to see the details. Okay, and here it is. So we have cleaning the kitchen, translating lectures, and we are able to delete, or at least we see the buttons for deleting those positions because our invoice isn't closed. So yeah, I think we can finish this video over here, and in the next one we will add some buttons for the modals to appear. All right, so see you guys over there. All right, guys, welcome back. So let's add some buttons to our view. The first one is going to be the add position button, and with this add positions button we will be able to add positions to the list that we see over here. This button will trigger a modal that will appear after the button click, and the modal will have a form that we already created, and through this form we will be able to add the positions. The next button will be the close invoice button, and once we click on it we will also see a modal with confirmation that there will be a question: do we want to close the invoice? And once we press yes, we will basically close the invoice and it won't be editable anymore. And the third one will be the PDF. So let's say that we have add positions and close. If the invoice isn't closed, and once it's closed, we will see the PDF button. So basically, once we click on it, we will have the PDF version of our invoice containing all the positions and all the details. And this is the invoice that we can later send to a particular receiver. Since it's already closed, it's not editable anymore. Okay, so enough talking. Let's go to getbootstrap.com, because over here I'm at the modal section. So I'm at the modal components, and I'm going to grab a particular modal, and I'm interested in this one. So I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to bring it to Visual Studio Code. So I'm interested on adding some buttons above the if messages. So I'm going to place the entire code that I copied above the if messages. Okay, so first of all, let me grab this particular button, delete the comment, and I'm going to add another div, and here I'm going to place the buttons. So I'm going to paste the button that I copied, that I cut out over here, and this button will be called add positions. All right, so this will be a type button. It will be a blue button, so btn primary, and databs toggle modal, and then we will change the databs target. And here I'm going to simply change the example modal to add positions modal, like this. All right, and then I'm going to add a if check, and I'm going to actually grab this button over here. So we will have a situation where we are checking if the invoice is closed. So I need to write down obj closed, or actually if not obj closed, then we want to see the add positions button. All right, and we also want to see the button for closing the invoice. So what I'm going to do is to simply copy maybe everything even and put it over here, and I'm going to do some adjustments. So we will have a button type button. This is going to be a yellow button, so I'm going to put in warning class, btn warning. Databs toggle modal is okay, and this is going to be a close invoice modal. All right, and of course we need to change add positions to close. Okay, and else we will have a tref. For now, I'm just going to put a hash, and this is going to be a button with the red color, in a red color. So I'm going to add a danger class, and this is going to be the PDF. Okay, so if the invoice isn't closed, we are able to add the positions, we are able to close the invoice. However, if it's closed, we can only generate the PDF. Okay, so now let's focus on the modal. So this is going to be the add positions modal. Add positions modal. Actually, I'm going to copy it because, as you know, we will have two modals. So we have the add positions modal at the top, and this is going to be the close invoice modal. All right, so for this to work, now we need to grab the add positions modal and assign it in a proper place in the modal section. So here in the add positions modal, we need to find the ID and replace it. Okay, so this is it, and then let's just change the title just to see if this will work. So here we will write down add positions, and then over here in the close invoice modal, let's add are you sure, or maybe we can add just warning. Okay, warning, and then we will ask this question, are you sure you want to close the invoice in the body section? So we also need to replace this example modal with the close invoice modal. Okay, so let's copy this and let's place it over here. Okay, so I'm going to save this. Let's go back to our application, and now we have add positions and close. So let's see if the modals are working. We have add positions, and then we see close. Perfect. All right, so as the next step, let's focus on the add positions modal. So in the modal body section, let's add a form, and this is going to be a form action blank. Method is going to be equal to post. Let's close it off, and let's add a CSRF token, and then we need to bring in the form from our form class. We are going to apply the crispy filter, so we need to load it. So let's write load crispy forms tags, and now we are able to use the crispy filter. Okay, and then we will also need a button to submit the form. So button type equals to submit, and the class is going to be equal to btn, let's call it btn primary. So let's add a blue button, and basically let's also add a margin top 2 or even 3. Let's close it off, and let's just put in save. Then we can get rid of this div class with the modal footer with those buttons, and let's see if this will work. So I'm going to refresh the page, add positions. Okay, we see the form, test description. Let's put in 100. Let's press save, and there it is. Okay, so everything is working. So we have a confirmation. So this comes from this line of code over here. So we are checking if there are messages, and we basically added the message one more time. I'll show you over here. Okay, so we are at the add positions form view. The position form is the form that you see over here. We have a form valid method. So once we save the form, we create a new instance of a position. We assign it to a proper invoice, and then we add a message, successfully added position. And in the template, in the detail HTML over here, we are checking if there are any messages, and then we are checking if there are messages with the info tag, and in this case we are displaying the message. Okay, so yeah, I think we can finish over here, and in the next one we will probably start working on the closing of a particular invoice. So hope to see you guys over there. Alright guys, so in this video let's add the close invoice functionality. Okay, so right now we just see an empty modal, and let's change it in this particular video. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to head over to our Visual Studio Code, but for now I'm going to go to the views.py file. I'm going to return to the detail HTML a little bit later. Let's write a proper view for this particular functionality. So I'm going to do it a little bit differently with the use of redirect view. So I need to import redirect view, and now I can go, let's say, all the way to the bottom. And here I'm going to create a class which I'm going to call close invoice view, and it will inherit from redirect view. What I need to specify is the pattern name. So I'm going to set this to invoices detail, because this is the place where I want to be taken. This is where I want to be redirected. And then I need to write the get redirect URL method, which will take in self args and keyword args. And over here, I'm just going to put in pk is equal to self quarks get, and we are going to get the primary key. And then we will grab the obj as the invoice object. So obj is equal to invoice objects get, and we will get it by the primary key. So pk is equal to pk. And what do we want to do? Well, we have a Boolean field closed. So by default, it is false, and we want to assign it to true. And then we want to save the object. And finally, we want to return super and then get redirect URL, where we simply pass in the args and keyword args. So this is basically it. This is our redirect view. Let's save this, and let's go to the urls.py file in order to register it. So redirect view, and we are not using the simple template view, so I'm going to comment it out. And then in the urls.py, well, we need to think of a place where we want to add it. So maybe let's do this above the update. We will have a path pk close, and this is going to be the this isn't proper. It's not redirect view, it's close invoice view. So here we want to put in close invoice view, and the name will be simply close. Okay. So this is just a redirect view, so we don't need to worry about the template. Let's just, yeah, everything seems to be okay. So we can now use this particular view in the detail HTML. Okay, so let's find the modal. So here it is, close invoice modal, and let's just write something in the modal body, and this is going to be a question. Are you sure you want to close the invoice? Okay, and then I'm going to leave this time the div class with the modal footer, but I'm going to do some adjustments. I'm going to have an href where I'm going to place the URL, and the URL will refer to the invoices close. Okay, but we also need to remember to pass in the pk, so we can write obj pk. All right, so yeah, let's see if this will work. I'm going to save the detail HTML. Let's hit refresh. And yeah, something didn't, okay. I have a button over here. It should be A. Let's hit refresh. Okay, now it's looking normal again. I'm going to press close. Are you sure you want to close the invoice? And let's confirm. And nothing happened, so it didn't work the way we wanted it to work. and we need to find out why. Okay, we have over here modal dismiss, we don't want this. Invoices close, objpk. Yeah, let's see one more time. And there it is. Okay, so I think the problem was with the modal dismiss, but then if we take a look at the column, we don't have the delete data looking in a nice way. So what we can do is to jump to the delete, okay, to the delete position section. So over here we have an if check, and then if this is not the case, we can actually take this and place it over here. Okay, so inside of the table data, we can do it like this. So this way we will fix this issue. We can add an else over here, for example, but I'm just going to leave it as it is, at least for now. Let's see how this looks like. Okay, so we could of course add an else. And here we could place invoice or just closed. Okay, and now we see closed. We could also add this if check over here on the entire column, but yeah, just let's leave it as it is. Everything seems to be working. Let's double check. I'm going to head over to the Django administration. I'm going to go to invoices. I'm going to select the first one. It's closed, as you can see. I'm going to reopen it, and then I'm going to refresh. Okay, so we have it opened again, and let's close it. Are you sure you want to close the invoice? Let's press close, and the invoice is closed. So everything is working, and in the next video we will be working on the delete positions functionality. So actually, let's reopen our invoice. Let's save it. Let's refresh. Yeah, and in the next one we will be working on those buttons for them to delete a particular position. So hope to see you guys over there. Alright guys, welcome back. So in this video, let's focus on deleting the positions. So we need to create another view, and yeah, let's get started on this. So I'm back in the views.py file of the invoices application. I'm going to scroll all the way down, and at the bottom of the page, I'm going to define a new class called invoice position delete view, and this will inherit from delete view. So we need to import delete view, and why do I have this imported? I have a very weird configuration on this computer, and as mentioned before, I just use it for YouTube. But yeah, I will have to focus a little bit of time to fix some issues, which I don't like very much. But anyways, let's continue. Over here, we want to delete, to inherit from the delete view, and now we need to set the modal. So in our case, the modal is going to be the position, and then we will also specify the template name, and the template name is going to be invoices. And then let's say that we want to write position confirm delete HTML. All right. So before we move further to test things out, we actually need to indicate what we want to delete, and we will do it with the getObject method. And the tricky part to understand what is going on over here is by understanding what is going to be the path for this invoice position delete view. So the path is going to be primary key delete, and then we'll need a primary key for the position. So maybe let's add a position pk. All right, so we have a pk delete position pk, and we don't want to focus on the pk of our invoice. We want to actually focus on the position pk, so we can actually get a position object and simply return it in order to delete it. So this is why we need to put in this method. So let's grab the primary key that we want to delete from the keyword argument. So we need to grab this position pk, self quarks get, and then position pk. All right, and as the next step we can get the position object. So position, and let me see if this was an auto import. Okay, maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, but everything is correct. So we have positions.modals, from positions.modals import position. And yeah, now we can write objects get, and we want to get the object by the primary key. So pk is equal to pk, and we simply need to return the obj. So this is one thing. And then we need to write the get success URL method. And we want to be taken back to a particular page, to this particular page, which is the detail page. All right. So keep in mind that the path will change. All right. So we will be taken to pk delete position pk. So we can't write over here that we want to return a self request path. This won't do the trick for us. We want to be taken to a path with the primary key itself, which is our detail page. All right, so we need to return reverse, and here we need to indicate that we are interested in the invoices application in the detail page, the detail view, and let's set the quarks equal to, and then the primary key, because it accepts the primary key. So here we just need to write self object, which is the object that we got from over here, and then the invoice ID or pk. All right, so we accessed the position, then we have at the position model a field called invoice, and we can access the ID or the primary key, and this is going to be the primary key which will take us to the proper detail page. So this should do the trick, but we can also add a message. So let's add a messages again with the type info, and let's pass in self request, and maybe let's also add an f string over here, deleted position, and then sorry, deleted, oh okay, deleted position, and here just self object, and let's say that we want to access the title of our position. So here we reference the invoice, and then we reference the ID of the invoice, but here we are just returning the title of a particular position. So let's go ahead and save this, and now we can go to the urls.py file, and here we need to register this particular view that we created. So invoice position delete view, and let's add it at the very bottom. I'm just going to copy this path, and here what I'm going to do is add position pk as an integer, position pk. All right, Then I'm going to change the invoice update to invoice position delete view. Okay, so this is it. And then let's say the name is going to be position delete, like this. So hopefully this will work, but there's one more thing to do. I'm going to copy the name, and then I'm going to head over to the detail HTML, and over here let's add the URL. Okay, so if not obj closed, what we want to do is to add a URL invoices, and then the position delete view. Okay, so as the next step, actually, because this is not enough, well, we need to pass in the obj ID or PK, and then we are in a for loop where we are looping through the positions. So we can add also, we actually have to add the item PK. So this is the obj PK, and this is for the invoice, and this is item PK for the position. So now if we save this, return to the URLs py file, just to recap, PK, this is the obj PK, and the position PK is for the item PK. All right, so this is what is happening over here. And now if we save this, then if we hit refresh, now let's try to delete this test position. And okay, we also forgot about a very important thing, and mainly, of course, about the view. So let me just double check what was the name. Position confirm delete. Okay, so let's create this template position confirm delete HTML. All right, and over here, of course, we will inherit from base HTML, and then we will have the block title delete position. Okay, and then we will have the block content where we will create a form action, or just let's put in method equal to post. Of course, we can add an action set to blank, and then let's indent this first, and then let's add the CSRF token, and here let's add a paragraph. Are you sure you want to delete? And we will simply put in the object like this. Okay, so this is the position object, and then we will have a button type equal to submit. Let's set the class equal to btn primary, and let's simply save this. Okay, I'm going to go to the detail page, and I'm going to press delete, and then we have, are you sure you want to delete invoice position title? Yes. And we have deleted position cleaning. Okay, so yeah, let's finish off over here, and we will continue in the next one. All right, guys, welcome back. So in this one, let's actually do some adjustments. First of all, I didn't change this part of the path, and this shouldn't be update. It should be, of course, delete. So let's save this, and let's see how this works right now. We have delete over here, so this is pretty good. And here we have a string representation, so this is something that we might want to change as well. So instead of object, maybe we would like to put in the object title, and let's hit refresh, and this looks better in my opinion. And also let's add a question mark, and maybe let's add it in the bolded font. Okay, so let's refresh, and yeah, I think we can be pretty happy with the result. So the path is the primary key, delete, and the position pk. And before we discover that our solution, our code isn't perfect yet, let's do one more thing. Let's return to the main application, and let's display this update button only when the invoice isn't closed. Okay, so I'm at the main HTML, and we need to find the proper button, which is over here in the for loop for obj and qs. So we can write a if check if obj closed, and actually it's if not obj closed, then we want to display this button. Okay, so let's see how this and here instead of else and if. Okay, so let's save this and let's see how this works. Let's go to the fourth page. Okay, so currently this invoice is open, so let's close it, close, and then let's go again to this page, and we don't see the button anymore. All right, now we can actually go back to our invoice, and yeah, let's leave it closed. However, we can try to delete a particular position in a different way. So I'm going to open it just for a second, and then I'm going to press on maybe the test, and here we have, are you sure you want to delete test? And this is 3, the primary key is 3. Okay, so I'm going to close this, and then I'm going to type over here delete and 3, and still I'm able to delete the test. So as you can see, our solution isn't perfect, and we will try to solve this problem in the next video. So hope to see you guys over there. Take care and bye bye. Alright guys, so in the previous video we saw that despite of having our update button hidden, we are still able to do some damage in terms of, for example, deleting the positions if we know the path. Okay, so in this video we will prevent this from happening, and we will do it by adding some code extensions which we can apply to multiple views, and these code extensions are called mixins. So let's add a mixins py file, and let's begin from the import. So from Django shortcuts, we will bring in redirect, and I will explain in a second why we will need this. And of course we need to go to our modals and import invoice. So let's define a new class, and this is going to be invoice not closed mixin. Let's just call it like this. And here we are going to put in the dispatch method, which takes in self request args and keyword args. So here what we would like to check is if the invoice is closed or if it's not. So let's write an if check, but before we actually write this if check, we need to have the proper object. So we need to get the obj. This is our variable, and let's assign it to invoice objects get, where the primary key is going to be equal to keyword arguments and then get pk. like this. All right. So now we can do this if check. If obj closed, so if obj is not, if obj is closed, then we don't want to enable further processing. We want to be redirected. So we can return redirect. And let's say that we want to go to the main page. So invoices main. Okay. And then in other case, it's just return super dispatch. Let's pass in the request args and keyword args. Okay, so we have our mixin ready. So what we want to do is to use it. And the beautiful thing with mixins is that we can use it in multiple views. So for example, let's go to the views py. First, let's of course import it. So from .mixins, let's import our invoice not closed mixin. All right, and let's use it now in the let's say in the invoice update view. So we have to put in this invoice not closed mixin at the front like this. I'm just going to copy it. And where is our delete view? And for the delete view as well. Okay, so we can use it in multiple places. And let's see if this will work. I'm going to do it on the same example. So we have delete, and then the primary key was 3, and I'm taken to the home page. Okay, so this is basically it. We also can apply the login required mixin. So if we want to, for our application to accept only logged in users, we can use the built-in mixin. So from Django contrib auth and then mixins, we want to import the login require mixin. All right, and we can put it in the front. Okay, let's put it everywhere. Maybe not for the closed invoice view, or let's do it as well. Let's put it simply everywhere. All right. So now let's save this. We are logging through the Django administration. So let me go to the admin. Okay, and I'm going to log out. And right now we have page not found, so we need to set the login URL, and we need to set it in the settings py file. So maybe below the crispy template pack, I'm going to set the login URL to admin. Okay, and then I'm going to go to, first of all, yeah, let's go to the main page. And now, as you can see, we are taken to the admin. We can log in through the admin, and then we can go to our main page. All right, so this is basically it. This is how mixins work. And yeah, so we are done with this video, and there's still the PDF view to take care of. Once we go to the details for a closed invoice, we still need to take care of this PDF button in order to generate a PDF based on our invoice. Alright guys, welcome to the final video of this tutorial, in which we are going to walk through the invoice PDF view. So as you can see, it's already written down, And this is because I already have a video on generating PDFs with the use of xhtml to PDF library in Django. So in this one, we will simply do a review of this code. And yeah, let's get started from actually going to the official docs of xhtml to PDF. We need to head over to installation, run pip install xhtml to PDF. And then if we head over to usage, we have a little bit, if we scroll a little bit down, we have a nice example in Django. Okay, so I adjusted this example and it's all here in the invoice PDF view. Above we have all the necessary imports for this particular view. So first of all, we begin by grabbing the primary key, then we get the invoice by the primary key, then we have logo result and font result. So we are looking for image logo and the lato regular TFF. So logo is placed, of course, in the static, as we can see over here in the image directory. And this is basically the logo. And then we have a font, which is downloaded from Google Fonts. Okay. So next we have something additional to see where we were looking for. So this is the search location. And then we have the template path, and we will go to the template in just a second. Then we have the context. So we are passing as the object our obj, and then we have the static, and to the static we have two options. We have our font result and the logo result. Then we need to create a Django response object and specify the content type as PDF. So these are those two lines of code. And then we find the template and render it. So over here we do this. Next we create the PDF, and in case of error we display a HTTP response. So if we go to the PDF, over here we have a HTML file. We need to add style like this because external CSS files won't work. And here is a very important part, because if you use a native font for, I don't know, Arabic or Polish signs or Chinese and so on, you need to find a proper font and import it. So here is a way how to do it. With the font face, we set the font family, and then as src, we are using URL and passing the static font. So this is very important. We also have some styling for the border. And then we have a section, we place the table, we place our static logo over here. Okay. And then we have some information about the completion date, the issue date, the payment date. So this is all in a header. Okay, so it's next to the logo, these informations. And then we have the table with the positions. So sorry, this is still for the seller and the receiver informations, but below we have the table with the positions. Okay, so here we are displaying the positions, and then we display the total amount. And basically this is it. So everything you will find in the source code. But now let's take a look at how this looks like. So I'm going to head over to the invoice app. I'm going to go to the details, and I'm going to press PDF. And here is the result. Okay, so we have the invoice number, completion date, issue date, payment date, the account number, who is the seller, who is the receiver, of course we have the logo, and then we have the positions and the total amount. Alright guys, so I think we can finish off over here. Thank you for this tutorial. If you made it through, thank you 100 times, and hope to see you in the next one. Take care and bye bye.